Discover more ways to save big. Kroger.
Good evening, meteorologist Eric Zernick here. We are breaking in the programming because we do have a tornado warning that has been issued for Lawrence County. The good news is the storm that is producing this tornado hasn't made it to Lawrence County yet. It's Baca County here. You can see it's going to be where this little notch flow is that is beginning to maybe start to see some of that spinning and going. So that's why they have issued this tornado warning. There's been histories of these storms producing tornadoes all the way back into Illinois earlier this afternoon. So these storms have definitely had the history of producing tornadoes, but at the moment, this is just a radar indicated possible tornado, but it is showing some pretty good signs of that rotation. You can see it's going to be right up in this area to the west of Lawrence County, going to be towards the Bramble area, just to the south of Burn City. You can see we're getting winds 50 miles an hour, kind of rotating in this little area right here. This is where the possible tornado would be forming at the moment, and it's going to be, if it holds together, drifting and eventually would then make its way into Lawrence County. So if you do live in Lawrence County, take this opportunity to start heading to your safe location, which is an innermost part of your home, usually a bathroom where there's not as much window activity, or if you're lucky enough to have a basement, head to the basement, because if this storm is actually producing the tornado, you're going to want to be in your safe location. So again, this is actually back over into, what county is that, Mo?
Oh, right. This is between
Martin County.
Martin County going
this is
in towards
actually
Lawrence County.
in Martin County, and then it would continue into Lawrence County, but they're just going to head and issuing that downstream. So that is why we're on air, because of this potential tornado that is forming, could be then moving into our viewing area. Let's zoom out a little bit, Mo, and kind of show the big picture of what we're watching as we go through the rest of our Sunday evening. And you can just see all the warnings that we have out there blinking on the screen. So we kind of got this little bow segment that's producing a severe thunderstorm warning, clipping our far northern portions of Jackson and Jennings County. This has been producing winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, along with some very heavy rain. And even on the north side, as you get kind of up towards the Hope area, just south of Franklin, we also have another tornado warning up there. And then we got this little bow segment. That's another one that's producing some damaging wind gusts, possibly up to 60 miles per hour, and also has that tornado that could be trying to spin up in that little notch there over in Martin County that could then make its way into Lawrence County. So this is why we're on air for this potential tornado warning that is moving into our northern portions of the viewing area. This goes until 8:30, so we still have another half hour to go. Again, where we could possibly see that tornado kind of developing is right up in this location where that little symbol just showed up on your screen. So that is where they're thinking there's the possibility of at least some rotation developing that could then be working its way into Lawrence County. So let's time this out, Mo, and kind of show some of the communities as it moves into Lawrence County what time those storms could be pushing into the area if this holds together and actually does start to try and form that tornado. So again, probably moving off to the east at 45 to 50 miles per hour. So these storms are at least moving at a pretty good clip here for this Sunday evening. Again, you can see some pretty good rotation. You got this southeast inflow. We'll be just watching this as it tries to work up into that direction, and if it confirms. Again, this is just radar indicated. We haven't had any official reports of it on the ground, but definitely showing some very clear signs, at least on the radar, that we could be getting some rotation with this system. So again, if it holds together, it will eventually be making its way into Lawrence County out towards the Bryansville area, would be in line for this tornado. So if you're in that location in Lawrence County, this would be a good time to start heading into your safe location. Again, this warning goes until 8:30, so we got another half hour to go on this warning. You can see all the wind action with this system as it's moving off to the east pretty rapidly. We're easily seeing winds 50 to 60 miles an hour on the south side of this, but when you kind of get this backward sea, it's in this location that we're probably getting some rotation and could start to get that tornado to form in that area. And we're easily seeing winds 50 plus miles an hour, but when you see that good inward and outward flow, that's where there's that possibility of some rotation developing. And so that's why they've gone ahead and issued that tornado warning for this. Again, right now this is over Martin County, so this is not in our viewing area, but it does then extend over into Lawrence County, which is why we are on air with this system right now, letting people know. So you can see quickly racing off to the east at that 40 to 50 miles per hour. and would be heading into some of those communities. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that as we go through the rest of this evening. And on the bigger picture, you're going to want to be weather aware because there's a pretty nasty line with lots of energy off to the west that will be rolling slowly through the area as we continue to progress through this Sunday night. You can see more of those warnings extending down to the south. That's what eventually could be then making its way into the metro as we get closer to 10, 11, 12 o'clock later on this evening. But right now, getting some decent showers moving in the portions of Jackson and Jennings County. We do have that warning clipping the far northern portions where we could have a little bit more of the gustier winds up in that location. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for majority of Lawrence County with that tornado warning inside of it. And again, that is the tornado warning that has caused us to come on air for this evening to continue to give you some updates. So again, Mo, let's zoom out a little bit more and just continue to give the viewers a broader understanding of what we're watching as we head through our Sunday evening. So we got the warnings right now, but you can see more tornado warnings back off to the west, just to the north of Evansville, and then as you get over into Illinois. And these have had a history of actually producing tornadoes, so we're going to have to watch any of these cells that do fire up very closely because the environment is very conducive to get these to start spinning and then bring that energy all the way down to the ground, producing those tornadoes. So you can see all the warnings that are popping up. The good news is you see a bunch of the greens back there. Those are flash flood warnings. We're not seeing as many of those because these systems are moving pretty quickly. Yes, you could get some pretty heavy downpours, but it's not going to last enough to really add up to those high totals to cause those real flooding concerns. So hopefully these cells continue to have pretty good motion on them. Now, at the time when it's raining, it's going to come down pretty heavy. We're seeing rainfall rates anywhere in that 3, 4, 5 inch an hour. You can see maybe even up to 7 inches. Now, it's not going to be that the entire time, but definitely for maybe a good 10 to 15 minutes, it will put down some very intense rain before it moves out of your area, but it's not going to last all that long. So that is the good news. We're not really expecting flooding concerns, but if this holds up and maybe slows down a little bit, that could be something we have to watch as the evening goes on. But I think they have enough movement that, yes, we'll get some decent rain, maybe up to an inch, but hopefully not enough to cause those flooding concerns that we have been dealing with. Let's go back to our tornado warning, Mo, and kind of let people know again what we're on air for. It is for this tornado warning. Now, the possibility of the rotation still back over in the Martin County, but it is now getting closer to the Lawrence County line, which would then make it into our viewing area. You can see all the energy with this, with all the lightning that system is now producing. So that is what we're looking at. Still have a little bit of that notch as far as when we look at our storm relative here. Not as defined as it was earlier, but still seeing those winds 50 to 60 miles per hour with this cell pretty much just north of Dover Hill back over into Martin County. But it is continuing to pretty much race pretty much due east at that 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. Again, just radar indicated, nothing confirmed on the ground at the moment. So that continues to be the good news, but still showing pretty good signs of what could be a possible tornado there developing in northern Martin County, and then could be making its way in the portions of Lawrence County. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this as the evening progresses. But you can see it's not really showing that notch as much as it was a few minutes ago. It's kind of becoming a little bit more linear, but once we put on the storm relative, still seeing a little bit of that possibility of some rotation with this. So again, the good news is it's just radar indicated, but for those that do, again, live in Lawrence County, this is a good opportunity to get ahead of the storm and start heading to your safe location. That's that interior building, interior room. That's a closet, bathroom, something like that on the first floor, or if you are lucky enough to have a basement, maybe start heading to your basement at this moment. And again, this continues for at least another 25 minutes until 8:30. So we'll continue to be on air updating you with this cell as it continues to get ready to move into our viewing area as we move deeper into our Sunday night. Still expecting a pretty active night. So make sure you're having a way to get those warnings as we continue to progress deeper and these storms move closer and closer to the metro area. So that is what we're looking at right now. Let's zoom out a little bit, Mo, again, and kind of show the people the big picture of what we're looking at as we go through the rest this evening. We're starting to get more of those warnings now making their way into Orange County. What's that warning go to, Mo?
That warning is going until 8:30.
So that also is until 8:30. So that is...
The one in Paoli, Salem, this one just
alerts got issued. That is for Orange and Washington County. They had winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, and that's going to go until 8:45, Eric.
So that one is until 8:45. So that is now truly getting into our viewing area. They're getting ahead of this system. So the highest winds were probably right up here in Martin County, but that will then start to make its way down into the northern half of Washington County. So Orleans to Paoli, start heading into your safe locations because, as Mo mentioned, could have the possibility of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts as that leading edge of the cell begins to make its way into your area. And then this does include just the far northwestern portion of Washington County as well. So we're watching for some very strong winds with these systems, but also the possibility of it trying to wrap up and cause some brief spin-up tornadoes within that line as these cells continue to work their way off to the east. So it is going to be a very active evening. It's been a fairly quiet Father's Day. I know many of you might have been out celebrating Dad. But now as we push into the evening, it's a time to be weather aware as we're going to be watching for these line of strong storms moving into the area as we head through the rest of this evening. And so we're going to have to be watching this very closely. Let's go back into that tornado warning, Mo, and continue to let people know what we're watching for and why we're on air at this time. So the system is now pretty much getting ready to move out of Martin County and getting closer and closer to the Lawrence County border, which is, again, why we're on air, is for this potential tornado that is trying to form out towards our north and west here of Louisville. So it looks like if you're in the Brynsville area, that could be getting pretty close to you here very shortly. You're probably already starting to get some light to moderate rain, to heavy rain just off to your west, getting ready to move in here very shortly. Williams, you're probably starting to get some of the heavier rains and maybe some of those gustier winds at the time. So we'll continue to watch this. And then as you get out towards Mitchell, that's going to be there in about 15 minutes time. Around 8:24 is when that storm could be moving into your area just to the north of the Georgia area in Lawrence County. So there we can see, there's where they're starting to see a little bit of the notch where we could be getting some of that rotation developing. Here's some of our times again. So Mitchell about 8:30, and then if it continues to make its way into northern portions of Orange towards the Orleans area, that would be about 8:33. So this is why we're on air for this potential tornado warning that could be moving into Lawrence County here very shortly. But again, there's where that possible rotation is, just to the north and east of the Dover Hill area in Martin County. And then this also has the history of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds kind of on the south side of this. As you get into the southern portion of Martin County, that's what's getting ready to move in to our northern portions of Orange County and could be affecting you very shortly. You're probably not seeing a whole lot right now. The skies are probably getting dark. You're probably seeing the lightning off into the distance and maybe just some light rain beginning to move in to northern portions of Orange County. But as far as the worst of the weather, it's still a little bit off to your west. So just kind of giving you the early heads up with these warnings so you can start heading towards your safe location so you can be prepared as this system continues to work in. But a lot of lightning with this cell just off to the north and west of us here up into southern Indiana. So again, the worst of the weather's in Martin County, but it's going to get ready to move in to many of our communities that we do cover here, including Lawrence and Orange County. So right there continues to be the possibility of some of that rotation developing and could be trying to work off into the north and east, going into Lawrence County, heading towards the Mitchell area. But again, along the southern flank, that's where some of the stronger winds are developing. So this warning goes until 8:30, so we still have another 20 minutes or so. The good news is it continues to just be radar indicated. Nothing has been confirmed of anything on the ground. And again, it's losing that notch. It had that good backward C earlier when the warning was issued. We're not quite seeing that as much. It's kind of getting strung out. So we're probably still seeing some very strong straight line winds with this, but we're maybe not seeing quite the rotation that we were earlier, which prompted this tornado warning in the area. And the good news is it hasn't been upgraded to anything confirmed at the moment, but still take this very seriously. And again, if you have friends, neighbors that live in Lawrence County, give them a heads up, give them a call, let them know there could be some bad weather heading their way very shortly, and then they need to start heading to their safe locations as the storm begins to move through. Easily seeing those 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds as the cell gets ready to move out of Martin County and make its way into Lawrence and northern portions of Orange County, which is our viewing area here for WLKY. So just continue to give them an idea. Let's zoom out again, Mo, and turn on the radar, kind of showing the big picture of what we got as we head through this Father's Day evening. You can see that nasty line now pushing to the east of Indianapolis, where it's still producing some pretty strong winds. Looks like they've kind of shrunk that warning to our north, Mo. Have they just kind of now taking it north of our Jackson? Nope, still clipping them and over towards the west. So these warnings go until 8:30, but the good news is the energy off to the north looks to be weakening, not as bad as it was earlier. So that is some good news. Just some decent rains right now across a good portion of Jackson and Jennings County, but really nothing too severe for the majority of the county. So that is some good news, but pretty heavy rain continues to fall with some rain rates maybe up to 7 inches an hour. Again, that's not going to last all that long, maybe just 5 to 10 minutes. But definitely getting some pretty heavy downpours across portions of Jackson and Jennings County. But it looks like at least the worst of the winds are beginning to come down a little bit. So that is the good news. Let's send it over to the Jay at the BAM with more on these storms.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. Yeah, kind of an active late Sunday afternoon now into Sunday evening. The severe weather we've been anticipating has moved in. And now here in southwestern portions of Indiana, you can see the analyzer. We've got warnings all over the place to the north, northwest of the metro. As Eric and Mo have been alluding to, we have severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of town. We have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for portions of Orange County. If you reside in Paoli and points off to the north, folks, get to your basement right now. Stay there until the danger has passed. Brand new tornado warning has just been issued for central and northern portions of Orange County. And this goes for the next several minutes. This is actually an extension for that huge storm that's coming out of Martin County, impacting the western one half of Lawrence County. And there's a pretty decent notch with that. There's a pretty decent what we call bow echo with this, kind of a backward C. And on the northern flank of that, you can sometimes get rotation. You can sometimes get a tornado spin up. And that's what we're looking at this time, at least the chances for a tornado spin up in sections of Lawrence County, southwestern Lawrence County, but now into the northern sections of Orange County, Paoli and points off to the north. If you're in that area, get to your place of safety, a basement. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your house, and stay there until the danger is past. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. In case there is a tornado out there, you want to help slow down and stop any debris that could be flying around. You can see we do have some pretty decent wind patterns going on out there. Guys, this radar out of LVX.
This is Evansville.
This is the Evansville radar. Okay, so we do have some rotation near Huron right now, some pretty decent rotation, maybe some broad rotation showing up just off to the west of French Lick. That would be basically in southern portions of Martin County. This is all moving off towards the east, so a couple of areas of rotation seem to be showing up, guys, and all on this Boeing segment. And Eric, Mo, you know what's kind of concerning is what's going on a little bit farther off to the southwest. You got those supercells. Yeah, like you got a tornado on the ground west of Huntingburg right now that's just past the Wabash. You have additional cells the farther west you go here in southern portions of Illinois. A nice little hook echo right there. So several supercells are now blowing up on this system by late this afternoon into the early evening, and all of this moving eastbound with the new development happening the farther southwest you go. We've got some pretty decent wind energy, as strong as what we had last Wednesday night, early Thursday. No, but it goes to show you, you don't need incredible amounts of wind energy to get tornado spin-ups, and that's what's happening on this Father's Day night. Hope you had a great Father's Day. Here we go, moving into Father's Day night, and we are dealing with severe weather. Nothing imminent in the metro right now. If you're watching from Louisville, if you're watching from the Commonwealth, if you're watching from E-Town, Bardstown, points off to the south, listen, you're fine for now. It's off to the north and northwest by about 40 to 60 miles. This stuff is really starting to crank in our west and northwestern communities. Tornado warning right now in effect for northern Orange County and also the western sections of Lawrence County. The tornado warning continues. This is radar confirmed, right, guys?
Yeah, just what they're seeing off of radar. Nothing as far as completely confirmed.
Yeah, okay.
Radar indicated.
Radar indicated. My mistake. Radar indicated, but no confirmed touchdowns.
No confirmed for this one.
Okay, good news there. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and you can see the wind field associated with this. Green are actually the winds blowing towards the bottom left-hand portion of your TV set. Red, the opposite direction. Notice the red isn't all that intense. So the rotation is fairly broad at this point in time. But again, the wind fields in the atmosphere, the instability in the atmosphere, especially as you track off to the northwest of town, it's decent. So we have to watch out for that chance for a tornado spin up. And you have to remember, whenever you do have a bow echo or a rotating thunderstorm, the chances for that storm to produce some type of severe weather, it goes way up. We're talking hail. We're talking high winds, straight line winds, and that possible tornado spin up. So right around Huron right now, that's the northern side of the apex of the bow. That is moving into western portions of Lawrence County. And then we have this backward sea, as you can see, that's moving rapidly off to the east and also the southeast. So at the very minimum, a pretty good likelihood for straight line wind damage across portions of Orange County. This is heading towards you folks in Orleans, Paoli, and French Lick. You are under a tornado warning. So if I called out your community and you reside very close to those communities, please get to your shelter right now and stay there until the danger has passed. Let me take you back over to our other radar. Let's go back to Lynx 1 if we could there. And we've got the wind field up right here. And this radar is out of Louisville. And you can see the nice little curvature going on right there. This is just on the Martin, Lawrence, Orange County line. That's where we have a lot of curvature, a lot of twisting of the winds going on, and dangerous twisting of the winds. We're painting on some of the wind speeds right now. And again, a chance for a tornado does exist, especially on the Lawrence, Martin, Orange County line, and this is moving off towards the east-southeast, and perhaps even a straight line wind damage threat off to that southwest flank. We're putting on a storm track here for you. This the most dangerous part of the storm, the rotation, will be impacting Orleans around 8:31, the Brummer area 8:40, the Livonia area right around 8:44, and if it maintains its intensity and continues on its forward speed, it will be impacting you folks in western Washington County probably after 8:30 tonight, closer to 8:45. So this stuff is just now starting to crank. Mo, we have the tornado watch that continues in effect as well for areas north of town, correct?
Yeah, they did just extend that watch all the way basically to the river now. So everyone in southern Indiana is under a tornado watch at least through midnight as these storms roll through over the next 4 hours. So that was the latest warning or update we've been getting as they extended that to include those far southern communities right along the river of in southern Indiana.
Okay, so tornado watch basically from the river and points off to the north now until midnight tonight. We have this batch of showers and storms that's moving across south central, southwestern Indiana. Here it is 8:19, almost 8:20 on this Father's Day night. Intense thunderstorms moving across our northern communities as we speak. Many of these have gone severe. Potential for some high wind, some straight line wind damage, and some tornado spin-ups. And a couple of Boeing segments that are producing the problems right now. The one coming out of Martin County, now through Lawrence and Orange counties. Boy, if you are anywhere from Mitchell down to just west of Orleans and Paoli, I'm talking French Lick, for example, Young's Creek, I mean, get ready. Some very high winds and maybe even a quick-hitting tornado could be moving in your direction. If you are anywhere from Paoli up to Orleans, up to near Mitchell, be in that basement. Stay there. No basement, lowest level of your house, interior room. And no windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside, or those high winds, those twisting winds, or the tornado. There's our storm track, and right now we are tracking the bowing segment of this storm, the leading edge of the high winds and the real heavy rainfall. Mitchell 822, West Baden Springs 825, Orleans 828, Paoli about 837 or so, and you can see Plattsburgh and Kossuth. That takes it into Washington County of Indiana just before 10 minutes until 9 o'clock. So be on the lookout for that. All right, let's pull out, guys, here just a little bit. Let's kind of reset and take a look at the entire viewing area. Here's the metro, of course. You got the Commonwealth. We are fine for now, but these storms will eventually reach down towards the metro a little bit later on this evening, and they will continue to work their way off to the east-southeast through the Commonwealth as well later on tonight. Potential for high winds, maybe a tornado spin-up. We're hoping that we start to lose some of the intensity from these things the deeper into the evening we go, but the way it stands right now, one heck of a line of storms. You can see flashing here in green. Those are all flash flood warnings. So we have the potential for not only some severe weather on the leading edge of these storms, we have the potential for some flooding rains in a few spots anyway, especially if you get the training going on. Near Princeton, for example, in southwestern Indiana right now, we have a tornado warning, and notice that's a pink warning. This is just outside the viewing area, but what that tells us is this is either radar confirmed or it has been actually sighted by a spotter, and it is dangerous near Princeton and Fort Branch. This is moving easterly, so this is just outside the viewing area, but if you are watching from places like Du Bois County, get ready. This is a dangerous storm that's off to your west by just about 20 miles or so at the best, and moving rapidly eastbound. Okay, so a number of tornado warnings. We've got a couple of tornado warnings in the viewing area. We have Orange County. It goes for the next several minutes, and we still have Lawrence County as well. These are radar indicated tornadoes. In other words, we've got rotation on the radar scan. Nothing has been sighted as of yet, but we've got spotters out, we've got law enforcement out, so we're making calls. But what you need to do is just get that at place of safety. If there were a tornado right now, it would be very, very close to the Huron area there in far southwestern portions of Lawrence County. And guys, general movement on these things is what?
Pretty much due east at 40 to 50 miles per hour.
Okay. So if there were a tornado that's trying to spin up, again, you're talking right around the Huron area, as I mentioned, southwestern Lawrence County, and that's going to take it off towards the east to near Mitchell, might even come very close to Orleans. This part of the storm, that backward C that's showing up in green, that looks like what we call the rear flank downdraft. That could be a very high wind gust coming around the rotating part of the storm and gushing out from near Orangeville to, let's call it French Lick, West Baden Springs, and this will likely be heading towards Paoli. So high threat right now for strong winds across central and northern Orange County, and even a quick hitting tornado spin up, especially in southern portions of Lawrence County as well here over the next several minutes. There's your storm track. West Baden Springs, we're talking in the next few minutes, 8:26. Syria, 8:41. Chambersburg, 8:46. The Livonia area right around 8:52. Okay, if we could, guys up in the booth, let's go over to the analyzer. And Mo or Eric, if you guys would, give me a dual screen here with reflectivity and, of course, the wind field. And there you go. And you can see here's the actual rainfall pattern or reflectivity on the left-hand portion of your TV set. And then on the right, we have the matching wind field as well. And you can see that bright shade of green right there. Eric, Mo, this is out of LVX?
This is now LVX, yes.
Okay, that is very strong winds blowing towards the bottom right-hand portion of your television set or your computer screen. And this is a high wind field. This is likely at least a wind gust over 60 miles an hour, at least in a few spots. And then on the northern side of that, there could be a quick hitting tornado spin up. So far, though, guys, no confirmed reports.
This is just radar indicated.
Okay,
so
good
just kind
news.
of like what we're showing you, they're seeing that notch, and so it's just warning or scaring them enough that they put out the warning just to kind of make sure people are taking this seriously, just in case it would spin up.
Okay, good news there. Okay, it looks like a few cells are trying to form out ahead of the main Boeing segment. If that is the case, hopefully that'll weaken that Boeing segment there just a little bit. We'll watch for that, but in the interim, stay in your place of safety. Northern half of Orange County and really the southern one half of Lawrence County in Indiana.
For
okay,
Lawrence.
good news. Yeah, right there. They just dropped the tornado warning for Lawrence County. It still continues, though, for northern sections of Orange County, and it's for this rotation, this Boeing segment. Rotation which seems a little bit, actually kind of broad to me right now.
It's pretty broad. Definitely very intense straight line winds with this, easily over 60 miles per hour. So still, definitely want you in your safe locations because that can still do enough damage. But at least at the moment, not really seeing that tight rotation to indicate that it's maybe turning into that tornado, but still something we're going to watch closely, at least for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes as it continues to push off to the east.
Mo, as you're looking at Slack and checking in with some of the spotters and what have you, any reports coming in from
reports? Well, really, they're picking up on the radar. I mean, this is obviously higher up in the atmosphere, but the radar is pinging 60 to 65 knots coming out of northwestern Orange County. So if that makes it to the ground, that can be incredibly problematic.
Yeah, knots, we're talking probably over 70, 75 miles per hour as far as that goes. So, and that's that Boeing segment right there. So a very high wind gust at the very minimum, cruising its way across the northern sections of Orange County. And on the northern side of this Boeing segment, the northern side of the apex of the bow, about right in here, there's at least a chance for a tornado spin up. We don't have anything confirmed right now, but just in case, NWS has gone ahead and issued that tornado warning, and that extends on into Paoli, Orleans, as well as places like Millersburg, Leipzig, let's call it Orangeville as well. So if I called out your community and you reside in that community or around that community, be in your place of safety. This tornado warning includes you. All right, so let's pull back out. Let's go back over to Lynx 1 guys up in the booth. And let's kind of reset here. We'll take a look at Louisville, and you can see the metro still in the clear. It's a little breezy out there. It's warm. It's getting muggy. But it's just fine. It's actually a beautiful Sunday evening to this point. But this is going to be changing over the next couple 3 hours as some of these storms move in from the west and also the northwest. As we pull out now and take a look at the entire viewing area, we still have, again, portions of the Commonwealth, which are just fine. Everything is to the north right now of the Ohio River, and this is a pretty intense batch of storms, shower storms, heavy rainfall, some flooding rainfall, where we have numerous warnings now occurring. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in orange that are flashing, and they include sections of Jackson County, northwestern Washington County, on into Lawrence County, as well as Orange County. And then inside that, you see these red polygonal boxes. Those are the tornado warnings. If there's some good news to report, nothing confirmed on the ground causing damage. This is all radar indicated to this point, but again, you know what? Heed the warnings if you would, because this is a very intense wind field with this Boeing segment that is moving rapidly off to the east and southeast across portions of Orange County right now. Getting very, very close to you folks in Paoli. Guys, that's a nasty wind gust, no question about it.
So yeah, as Jay was mentioning, the biggest concern continues to be Orange County for those potential straight line winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. I'm sure we'll start to get damage reports out of that very shortly once that moves through, because it's likely going to do some damage with the winds as high as they are in that location, Jay.
Yeah, a little worried too, even though it's not in the viewing area, a little worried as to what's going on farther off to the southwest. This is west of of Du Bois County. We've got a couple of supercells that have fired up in southern Illinois, far southwestern Indiana. They're rotating, and they're also being warned for possible tornadoes, so we got to watch those. And that's what I'm talking about right there. This is a powerful supercell, and you can see in black, that is hail, a large hail core, in addition to likely a damaging wind gust. And right now we're painting on some of that hail that could be upwards of 2 inches in diameter, reaching down towards the ground. And then you've got the actual rotating part of the cell, and that pink box, that actually tells us that this tornado is either a radar confirmed or it's been spotted on the ground by an actual spotter or law enforcement. And you can see the big rotation going on with this particular cell. Brand new tornado warning was just issued for areas immediately west of the WLKY viewing area. So we're going to watch that one very closely for you as it gets a little bit closer to our area over the next 30 to 60 minutes. But of immediate concern is what's happening here in Orange County and points off to the north. An intense bow echo is cruising across our northwestern communities right now, in particular Orange County on into Lawrence County, and right around Orleans down to Paoli, down towards, let's call it French Lick. That is ground zero right now for a damaging wind gust, maybe even a tornado spin-up, especially on the northern side of this Boeing segment. So that's very close to Orleans. I call it anywhere from Mitchell to Orleans and points off to the south. And Eric and Mo are tracking the most dangerous part of that particular cell. Syria 840, Bromer around 845, Livonia 850, and Bexmill. That'll actually bring it on into Washington County if it hangs together. That'll be getting a little bit closer to the top of the hour. So the tornado warning, guys, goes until what?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. Under a tornado warning, you folks, northern one half of Orange County for about the next 28 minutes or so. Here it is, 8:32 on this Sunday evening, and we have the tornado warning that is in effect. This is the only tornado warning in the viewing area, but we have a larger severe thunderstorm warning that covers the rest of our northwestern communities. So we're looking at heavy rainfall, gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail, but that threat for a spin-up tornado right now, and this would be very close to Orleans. So if you're watching from northern Orange County, again, folks, just stay in that basement, please. Let this thing get on through, and things will quiet down after the leading edge of that intense bow moves on through. Nasty weather with a tornado watch that's in effect now for the northern one half of the WLKY viewing area, basically the river and points off to the north, and that goes up until about midnight tonight. Looking at the rotation detector, and not only are we picking up rotation, we're picking up a strong, what we call Boeing segment. Man, that is a pretty intense wind gust that's coming out of this storm, and this is right on top of you folks in Paoli. So be inside. My goodness, an intense thunderstorm right on top of you folks in Paoli up to Orleans and also Mitchell, moving rapidly off towards the east and also the southeast. You can see some of the communities in the path of this potentially damaging wind gusts and maybe even a quick hitting tornado spin up anywhere from now until about 9 o'clock tonight. Hey, Mo, if you would, can you zoom in real tight? Let's go down to street level mapping. Especially let's zoom into where they're picking up some of that rotation with that low level lock. Okay, there's Paoli right there, as you can see. West Baden Springs over towards the west. But boy, that is just a nasty looking cell right now in central and western portions of Orange County. We're getting very close to Paoli, just west of Syria. So anywhere from Paoli up to Orleans. Stay in that place of safety. Eric, do you see anything with that notch there that just happened to form south of French Lick there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, they are watching that closely. They're coming out of the very southern portion of Martin County, getting ready to move into the western portions of Orange County there. So they're watching that closely, but it's still kind of very broad and kind of in the upper levels. We're not really seeing it all the way down to the ground, but definitely something that we are keeping a very close eye on as we head through the rest of this evening.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so, you know, in addition to that potential damaging wind gusts, guys, we've got maybe some small hail, maybe marble-sized hail with this Boeing segment, but I don't see any large hail with this cell right now in Orange County. This is more of a wind producer, a straight line wind producer, and maybe a quick hitting tornado spin up, especially the farther north you get up around Orleans. And we'll be watching this area back here as well, because it looked like another notch was trying to form. So it's a dangerous storm. That's the bottom line. Anywhere there in Orange County, please be hunkered down, let this thing pass on through. It's moving quickly off towards the east and also southeast at speeds of around 40 up to 50 miles an hour from time to time. And this is going to be heading towards you folks in Washington County of Indiana. So if you're watching from Salem, surrounding communities, get ready. This storm is indeed pushing in your direction, and it still looks fairly mean on the radar scan with that very clean front edge to the real heavy rainfall pattern. That's a further indication that there's some high winds associated with this cell. Rainfall rates are just through the roof right now. We're talking anywhere from 7 to 8 inches per hour. Now, you're not going to get that much water. If it were to sit over your area producing that heavy rainfall, yes, you would. But what this is telling us is that the visibility will be cut as the real high winds move on through extremely heavy rainfall, and you could get some ponding and maybe even some localized flash flooding in a hurry with that kind of a rainfall rate. So certainly don't want to be outside when this thing comes on through as it continues to rapidly push off to the east and also the southeast. The good news, hey, nothing confirmed.
Nothing confirmed. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, that just popped up, and that now is encompassing half of Washington County. That includes Salem, so the southwestern corner of Washington County. If you're watching from there, it's likely dry, but getting windy, and you're wondering, we're under a warning? Well, this system is moving pretty quickly at you, so we want you to be getting away from windows. Stay inside, please. You know, I understand it's Father's Day. I'm sure there's a lot of barbecues. People are outdoors, but really do heed this warning, because this has been moving in fairly quickly. Winds gusting 60, 70 miles per hour as part of the storm, but even ahead of it, the gust front could really cause some damage. So it's better that you guys stay inside and away from windows. And if that tornado continues into the same path, it's likely going to be pushing into Washington County soon as well. And then we have to get a little bit further to the interior of your house, or if you have a basement, that is the best place to be.
Okay, Eric, as far as that tornado warning goes for Orange County, what is NWS saying about that thing? Because it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning was issued downstream.
Yeah, so they haven't really been talking a whole lot about the tornado warning. They were just wanting to get ahead and kind of let people over into Washington County know that that very strong wind gust will likely be heading there. I'm sure they'll be taking a very close look at that tornado warning here very shortly, and maybe, hopefully, maybe getting rid of it here. But at the moment, they're still not saying a whole lot about it, so they're just kind of keeping it going.
Okay, if you guys would, let's stay on that right there, and let's do a couple of tracks. Let's track this right here. Looks like we have a pretty intense couplet right there, gate-to-gate shear. And let's track that off towards the east and southeast. Okay, now, if there were a tornado with this system, it would be likely in this zone. I've been talking about this, right around the Orleans area. This is where the tightest shear is presently located. So if there's a quick-hitting tornado spin-up, it's very close to Orleans, and it's moving rapidly off towards the east. So you're talking Orleans now, Saltillo right around 8:51, Kossuth right around 9:06, could impact the Salem area after 9 o'clock tonight, and also Plattsburgh. So again, if you're watching from Washington County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but don't put down your guard. We'll watch for that. Hopefully that rotation will continue to weaken. And then, guys, let's track, if you would please, let's put a line track on the Boeing segment there and also move that in the same direction at speeds of around 50. Okay, so this would be the damaging straight line wind potential. And of course, this covers a larger area. The Leipzig area, Chambersburg, the Bromer area, Saltillo, Livonia, Bexmill, Salem, New Philadelphia, all from 842 to around 906. So a pretty large swath of really northeastern Orange County on into central portions of Washington County. You could get some pretty high winds as this Boeing segment moves on through, some damaging winds. And if I remember right, Mo, you were talking winds that could be over 70 miles an hour with this guy, right?
Storms have been incredibly powerful.
Yeah, so it's going to be a stormy Father's Day night, no question about it, for many, many folks here in the WLKY viewing area. So the tornado warning continues for the next 19 minutes until 9 o'clock EDT, and then around that we have severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for the potential for damaging straight line winds. And then we go a little bit farther off towards the west, and this is concerning. I mean, we have these individual supercells that are firing up here in far southwestern Indiana and southeastern Illinois, and these guys are rotating. They are producing some large hail. Hopefully they will weaken as they move off to the east, but as it stands right now, this particular cell did indeed produce a tornado, as indicated by that pink box. It's moved a little bit farther east, and downstream we now have radar indicated tornadoes. So it looks like if it was on the ground, it might have gone up, but the storm is still rapidly rotating. So NWS has indeed issued a tornado warning a little bit farther downstream. But that's one we have to watch, because that could be moving towards you folks in Du Bois County, northern Perry County, and maybe even Crawford County if it holds together for the next hour or so.
So they did talk a little bit more about the tornado warning in Orange County. They're still a little concerned with that notch, so they might even end up issuing another one downstream into Washington County. So we're still going to want to watch this very closely. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, you're still going to have those very dangerous 60 to 70 mile an hour winds likely getting ready to cross over the border out of Orange and getting ready to move into Washington County here very shortly. You can see the strongest winds basically straddling the county border there now. So it does look like Washington County, you're going to basically start to see those very intense winds here very shortly, within easily the next 5 to 10 minutes. Gotcha. Okay. All right, let's go over to the analyzer here. We've got the dual screen up here for you, reflectivity here on the left. We've got the wind field on the right. Mo, if you could, can we zoom in just a little bit tighter around Orleans? Perfect. Now, if you would, instead of reflectivity, let's go ahead and put on the CC, the correlation coefficient on the left-hand side there, and just kind of see what we've got going on. All right, so I don't see a lot. I mean, what I'm looking for here is maybe some blues and real, vivid greens that show up where the strong rotation is. That would tell me that, we might have a tornado on the ground. But since there is some varying colors there, we're going to have to watch this zone, because it is kind of lining up where we've got that notch. So we'll watch it close. To this point, though, we've got eyes on it with law enforcement and spotters. So we'll watch it closely. Certainly, it is a strong wind gust, no question about it, as it's moving rapidly off to the east. We're going to be moving into Washington County. Looks like the leading edge is as we speak. Yeah, definitely really packing a punch. So if you're in Washington County, take this opportunity to start heading to your safe location, just to make sure, because with 60, 70 mile an hour winds, that can still cause some damage, knock through windows and things like that. So you want to get to the inner part of your home, or a basement if you have one, just to protect yourself. Either way, even though it's not a tornado warning, still take this one serious, because it is producing some very damaging wind gusts with that along the leading edge there of the bow segment. Yeah, absolutely, no question about it.
All right, let's go back over to the Lynx 1 box if we could. Let's go back to reflectivity. We'll kind of pull out, kind of do a reset here as it's now just about 8:45 on our Sunday evening. And you can see from Louisville, I-64, and points off to the south, we are in fine shape. For now, things are getting a little bit closer. A couple of showers blowing up immediately west of Corydon in far western Harrison County. No big deal there. We'll watch it closely. But then you get into the main lift, the main energy with this system here in southern and southwestern Indiana, southern Illinois. And with some instability, some wind energy, these storms have been rotating, causing the problems. They're supercellular, they're Boeing segments, so high wind and potential tornado spin-ups. A pretty big concern right now and for the next several hours as this complex continues to move off in an easterly direction. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for southern sections of Jackson County, southern Lawrence County. This is Washington County, Salem, and points off to the west. That would include Campbellsburg, Saltillo, Hitchcock, Livonia. Then you get into Orange County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, and on the northeastern flank of that is a tornado warning that continues for the next several minutes. Looks like radar indicated we still have very strong winds, chaotic winds, and we have a little bit of twisting and turning that continues, especially very close to Campbellsburg right now. It would be in far northeastern portions of Orange County. If there were a tornado spin-up to occur, that's likely where it would be located. It would be in this general area, this rotation, just off to the north of the Bromer area. So please stay in your basement if you are in northeastern sections of Orange County. If you are in western portions of Washington County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning, but you know what? Anywhere from Prowsville to Campbellsburg, even Livonia, it wouldn't be a bad idea to head to the basement as well, just in case, because it is a very intense wind field that is moving in your direction. And Eric and Mo are tracking the most dangerous part of the cell. That is the rotating part of the cell. And you can see it impacting Saltillo right around 8:52, Salem 9:06, Plattsburgh 9:07, and New Philadelphia about 9:15. So that tornado warning continues for the next 12, 13 minutes there in northeastern Orange County, but this is soon going to be moving into Washington County.
Can we go over to the analyzer? Because I want to show this new tornado warning that came up, that is going to come up just to the south of French Lick. You can really see it on the right side of your screen where that intense pink shade and even a little yellow is showing up. That's possibly where we might be getting some of that rotation. And you can see on the radar, that's that like tail sticking down from the main batch of rain. So that shows we got some good inflow coming into that location. And that's what could be causing possibly a tornado to try and get going in that area. And now there's the warning now finally popping up, showing right along there.
Yep, brand new tornado warning now for southern portions of Orange County. And this goes into southwestern Washington County as well. And this goes for the next several minutes. So that is dangerous. This is actually the Boeing segment. It looks like a hook echo trying to form here. The precipitation wrapping around that rotation right there. Mo, on this side, give me the CC if you would, please. The correlation coefficient. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so far I don't see it. So there's your rotation. And the CC, there's that road right there, and you can see it's all one color right now. So I'm not picking up any debris that's flying around out there just yet. So if there is a tornado trying to form, it's still up in the cloud cover. It has not reached down and picking up debris. We'll watch it closely. And there's the TVS, if you will, the tornado vortex signature that's on the radar scan right there where the hook echo is located. This is very close to you folks in French Lick and just off to the south of you.
And now you're starting to see that green on the backside, so it's really maybe starting to spin up a little bit more, and we're starting to really get some better indications with our radar that, yes, this could be really trying to spin up into that tornado there. So definitely we'll have to be watching this very closely. So again, this is just due south of the French Lick area in the southern portions of Orange County to the south of Paoli, going to be moving straight off to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour in that location. So it's right along that road there to the south of French Lick that we're going to be watching for this potential tornado trying to spin up, and why they issued that new tornado warning for the southern portions of Orange County.
Yeah, that's State Road 145 that passes just off to the south of French Lick, and it's pretty much right on top of that road, State Road 145 here in southwestern portions of Orange County. And you can see the actual hook that's getting better and better defined. So we really have to watch this storm very, very closely. Guys, let's go a little bit farther off to the northeast where the old tornado warning was. Let's not forget about that one as well up here. And we've got that Boeing segment that is still really well defined, now shoving into western portions of Washington County. So western Washington County, a damaging wind gust, a pretty good bet, no question about it. Still that chance, slight chance for a tornado spin up on the north side of this apex of the bow. And then it comes down and we get another supercell that's forming south of French Lick on State Road 145 there, southwestern portions of Orange County. And that is a nasty looking cell. It is trying to wrap up as it moves quickly off to the east and also the northeast. Let's do some tracking, guys. Let's go over to the other radar if we could. There we go. And Eric and Mo are tracking this potential developing tornado, and this is nasty right now, really nasty on the radar scan. Greenbrier 854, Paoli could come close to you. Looks like it's going to come very close to Paoli or pass just off to the south. 9 o'clock, Chambersburg, right around 9:04, Livonia around 9:12, and Fredericksburg right around 9:18. If it holds together, that would push it towards southwestern sections of Washington County. What kind of reports, guys, are we getting from this particular cell?
Still not getting any official on-the-ground reports or anything from anyone in the area, so at least that is the good news, but I wouldn't be surprised here very shortly if we start getting them in, especially across northern portions of Washington County where that bow segment moved through earlier that easily produced those 60 to 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts. We still have a little bit of some daylight as we're not quite, with this being the first day of summer, it's one of the longest days of the year. The sun doesn't set for another 20 minutes or so, so there's still some daylight out there to kind of see what's going on, but as of now, no official reports have come in of any damage seen from this cell just yet.
Okay. All right. Let's pull out here. Let's go back to the reflectivity if we could, and let's put it in motion, guys. Let's put it at least a 30-minute lapse on that for us. You can see the general movement of these cells in an easterly direction, kind of sinking south as well. Looks a lot like what happened this past Thursday morning. The wind field isn't quite as intense, but boy, we're still getting the possibility of tornadoes and straight line wind damage right now sprawled out across southwestern Indiana on into southeastern Illinois, and all of this working off to the east and southeast. It's a matter of time, but it will eventually impact the metro, likely before midnight tonight, no question about that. So can't put down our guard if you're watching from the metro or anywhere around Louisville, because this thunderstorm activity will be moving in our direction as well. As it stands right now, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in effect for Orange County and southwestern Washington County in Indiana for the next several minutes. If you're in these zones, please take shelter right now, especially here in northeastern Orange County, and again now in southern Orange County, southwestern Washington County. That cell right there, that is a hook echo showing up on the radar scan. Heavy precipitation kind of wrapping around the rotating part of the cell, so we'll have to watch for a potential tornado spin up right there. Mo, you see anything on the CC, on the analyzer?
Let's see.
Gotta keep an eye. No? Not yet?
No, no bright blues or greens. That's
Okay.
good. That's good. We don't want to see debris balls. No, it's Father's Day. No, we don't need that.
That's absolutely, I agree 1,000% there. So let's hope we don't see any varying colors there on that correlation coefficient product. But it's a dangerous storm. I mean, high winds, extremely heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and thunder, and a chance for a tornado spin up as well. Right now, I see 2 areas of decent rotation. One here in western sections of Washington County. It's really right on the Orange-Washington County line there. And another one here right around Greenbrier, very close to State Road 145 in southwestern portions of Orange County as well. Those are the 2 areas of rotation I see. And in between, we've got this Boeing segment that could be producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit higher, at least in a few spots. And all of that is surging off to the east on into sections of Washington County. This is a dangerous little storm segment, no question about it, that's moving through Washington County as well as Orange County. Hail, that is a threat. Although
it's not very large.
Yeah, exactly.
½ inch to an inch. Now, some of the when the tornado warned storm or the confirmed storm that was outside of our viewing area, that one had some really big hail. I think we were pinging 2-inch hail stones, but this is much smaller, not as intense as the storms. It looks like we do have a new tornado warning just got issued, and it's for that spot. You just pointed out that rotation right before it got to Saltillo.
Yeah.
So I want to show you what we're seeing as far as the reflectivity. Yep, a little bit of that rotation right there. So I'm sure that's why it got warns. Good call on that one, Jay.
Yeah, it is right there. You can see it plain as day. Green right next to red. That's a pretty good, what we call velocity couplet, pretty tight as well. In a classic spot, whenever you see a Boeing segment on the north side of the apex of the bow, and so that's why the tornado warning has been reissued downstream. And this does include you folks in Salem. So please get to that basement. Stay there until the danger has passed. Again, no basement, lowest level of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside. So get into the middle of the house. No windows, please. Stay away from windows and get down close to the ground and cover your head and wait for this thing to pass on through. One tornado warning right now, sections really the northern, let's call it 2/3 of Washington County. And we have another tornado warning for this hook echo, this supercell that's very close to Greenbrier. That's in south central and southwestern Orange County at this time. We're talking about 20 to 40 miles or so off to the northwest of Jefferson County, of the metro area, so still a ways away, and everything you see here moving off in an easterly direction. All right, tracking the Boeing segment. Here we are tracking the northern parts of that cell, moving across the northern 2/3 of Washington County. Salem, just about 9 o'clock. Beck's Mill, a little after 9 o'clock. New Salem, 9/11. Daisy Hill, have to watch that. It's going to be getting close to western portions of Clark County, right around 9:22 or so. And then let's go ahead and track this as well, right around Greenbrier. Let's track that hook echo, that rotation, as it moves easterly at speeds of around 40. That's going to be impacting places like Chambersburg here, 910, Livonia, 920, and Fredericksburg, 927. If you live in those communities, you reside around those communities, again, be in that place of safety. That's when that potential tornadic thunderstorm could be impacting you. In addition, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall, and gusty winds, no question about it. Tornado watch also continues, guys, until midnight tonight.
Till midnight for all of southern Indiana.
Okay. Does it include the metro?
Does not include anything in the Commonwealth.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, now we're just watching these tornado warnings. At this point, just past Greenbrier, or it's over Greenbrier right now. French Lick, it just passed you guys. But there are other storms behind there, so you really can't let your guard down at all. And this particular tornado warning, now this is not confirmed by the radar.
Just radar indicated.
Moving through Orange County, but it's moving about 40 miles per hour. Now over Greenbrier, heading towards Chambersburg, Hardinsburg. You're likely going to be seeing this here in the next 10-15 minutes or so. So we got to watch these closely. We still have this tornado warning in the northeastern corner there.
That one
Did they
is
expire
actually
this
letting
one?
that expire. It'll probably be dropping off here within the next 10 seconds once we hit the top of the hour. So the good news is the northern half of Orange County, you are no longer going to be under that tornado warning. It's just going to be for that southern portion of the county. And then now as you move over into Washington County along that Boeing segment that is now getting really close to the Salem area, you're probably really starting to see those winds pick up now as the storm is kind of knocking on your doorstep here and will be moving in very shortly.
All right, putting a track on some of these storms. I mean, there are some very powerful parts of the storms, but if you are in the red box, I need you to go to a safe place away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's put a track on just the entire storm itself as you're moving through, because I want to make sure everyone knows that you need to find a safe place to be. Even if you're not in the path of the actual tornado, there is a very powerful storm surrounding it. So Salem, this is headed towards you in a few minutes here. New Philadelphia, 907, Underwood, 920, Henryville, 927. Now that is outside of the warned area. But if this storm holds together, and it has from the previous county, I would say get ready to start moving to the basement, because this thing is still moving 40 miles per hour. So if it continues outside of the warned area, it'll be in New Salem here by before 9:30. So we want to watch this closely.
Okay, Mo, Eric, thanks so very much. Let's go ahead and pull out here just a little bit. Mo, if you could, let's go ahead and get rid of the severe thunderstorm warnings. And let's just put on the tornado warnings only for right now. That's what I really want to highlight and hone in on. We've got several tornado warnings right now. We have the one here in Washington County. We have the one here in southern Orange County. And we have another one that is now in effect for portions of Du Bois County as well. And you can see that is a pink one. So that tornado is either radar confirmed or it has been spotted. So if you reside out here in central and southern portions of Du Bois County, get to that basement right now. You are underneath a tornado warning, a very dangerous storm, a supercell that is rapidly rotating, and either A, it is putting down a tornado as we speak, or radar is saying that, yeah, no question, there is a tornado. So
no, there is reports of it being a rope tornado, so it's going to be one of those thinner. Yeah. Okay,
so we do have a tornado that's on the ground that's moving into southern portions of Du Bois County. We have other tornado warnings that include you folks in Salem, New Pekin, and it extends back off towards the southwest. Southern portions of Orange County, tornado warning that remains in effect. So please stay in your basement until this storm has moved on through. All right, let's pull out here just a little bit. Let's kind of reset. Guys, there we go. All right, here we are, just about 9 o'clock, little after 9 o'clock, 9:03 on this Sunday evening, tracking severe weather. If you're just now joining us, we have a tornado watch in southern portions of Indiana until midnight, and we have several tornado warnings in effect, which means that tornadic weather is imminent or it is occurring at this time. We do know that a rope tornado has been spotted there and is moving into southwestern portions of Du Bois County. We have radar indicated tornadoes here very close to Paoli, but just off to your south, and another one that's cruising its way through north central and northwestern portions of Washington County. So let's go ahead and close in on those tornado warnings. And let's go actually pretty right down to street level mapping near the Salem area, for example. And then let's put on our velocity scan, see if we can find exactly where the best rotation is showing up. Let's pull out a little bit more. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's still there. I mean, it's broad, but it's showing up right here. You have one area of rotation there, another area of rotation right there. So it's not overly strong, but it's in a pretty good spot when you're talking about a bowing segment. It's on the north side of the bow, and frequently these types of situations can spin up a quick-hitting tornado. So stay in your basement. Salem to Georgetown, no question about it, over towards Blue River, Bunker Hill, and even New Pekin. All right, then we have this area of rotation that's showing up as well. This is back near Greenbrier. Right back through here, the tornado warning is in effect. Yep, it's immediately to the east of Greenbrier right now. So if you're watching from Greenbrier, and this would be State Road 37 here in Orange County, Pine Valley, points off to the east, stay in that place of safety. Tornado warning in effect for a potential quick-hitting tornado. Yeah.
We got a picture, came in from Orleans. I think we can pull this up on one of the systems. They just said that they had it in from, I'm not sure where it came in from. They just came over and asked us if we wanted to see it. It looked like a tornado, and it was, there we go.
Okay. This is out of Orleans?
North of Orleans.
Which is where we had the tornado warning, kind of straddling the border there of Lawrence. That was that initial one that kind of got us on air.
Certainly a lowered cloud base. I don't know if I see much as far as an exact funnel touching bound, but no question about it, a wall cloud. Yeah.
Likely some rotation with it, but...
Oh, yeah, no question about it. Okay, and this was near Orleans, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, yeah, and if you do happen to see anything, and really, we don't want you out there taking pictures of tornadoes. We want you in a safe place, especially if you are in an area that is warned. If you live within these blinking red boxes, this is so important that you put yourself in a safer area, not taking pictures. But if you live somewhere that's not in a warning area and you happen to spot something, or someone else happens to have a picture, feel free to share with us. But again, the most important thing is for you to be safe. That's why we're here. That's why we're cutting into programming. But we do understand that it is good to get information. The spotters that are out there, they're trying to get information to us as it comes in. And the good news is that there hasn't been any confirmed tornadoes on the ground in our viewing area this evening just yet, and hopefully that'll be the case for the evening. But right now we do have a couple of tornado warnings if you are just joining us in our viewing area. One just expired, but then another one was issued. So kind of zooming out, if you want to just take a look, there are a couple of spots of note that Jay is watching. Those areas of rotation there in, looks like south, just east of Greenbrier right now that we're watching, and that spills into Washington County. So if we could, we maybe put a track on that, and Jay, if you want to list some of these towns that it's headed towards.
Eric, is that a brand new tornado warning too?
Yeah, we got a new one in the northwestern portions of Orange County. This is for that cell that you see over in southern Martin County that's trying to wrap up a little bit. They've kind of issued that into the downstream, so this would be around French Lick into the north, yeah.
Boy, quite the cluster, no question about it. Two, if not three areas of rotation inside this particular thunderstorm cluster, all capable of producing a quick-hitting tornado. So really anywhere across northern Orange County, once again, right, here we go again. I know you were just underneath a tornado warning. Another one has been issued for you. This includes you folks in Paoli, Orleans, and then up U.S. Highway 150 to the west of Paoli as well. That's going to take it over towards the Prospect area. It'll take it towards close to Orangeville. So if you're anywhere close to 150, either side here in the northern one half of Orange County, new tornado warning in effect for you. We still have the tornado warning for south central and southeastern Orange County. For this area of rotation that is now east of Greenbrier, this is relatively broad right now. I don't see a tight velocity couplet, But hey, things change rapidly with this type of a situation, so stay in that basement, stay in that place of safety till this thing is moved on through. The southeastern rotation is moving rapidly eastbound, will likely impact Volene and Fredericksburg here, anywhere from 9:15 to about 9:36. And surrounding communities. That also will impact portions of Highway 150 there, U.S. Highway 150 here as it moves across southwestern Washington County and southeastern portions of Orange County. So big thunderstorms, no question about it, across Washington and Orange County, giving us a number of warnings and fits right now for high winds and possible tornado spin-ups.
Yeah, and I think the worst of the winds is going to be heading towards New Pekin here very shortly. They're going to be next in line. You're not really in the warning just quite yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start issuing some severe thunderstorm warnings downstream of that extended bow line that we've been watching that's been tracking through Orange, now Washington, and getting ready to move further off to the east. And wouldn't be soon before it's moving into portions of Clark and Scott County as well. So if you live in the northern portions of Clark County, Borden area, you too should be starting to head to your safe locations because those strongest winds will be moving into your communities here very shortly along that leading edge.
Guys, put on the velocity for me real quick, would you? I mean, it's right on top of Salem right now. We've got pretty decent rotation on top of the Salem area. And certainly a high wind gust, but there's some chaotic winds from near Salem back up to Smedley or so in that little zone. So possibility for a tornado spin-up in that area I just talked about, and that is moving off towards the east and also the southeast. Then we have another area of broad rotation showing up to the south of U.S. Highway 150, south of Chambersburg, east of Greenbrier here in sections of southeastern Orange County. This is moving off to the east at speeds of around 40 miles an hour, impacting, again, those areas along U.S. Highway 150, but also Hardinsburg and maybe Fredericksburg as well. And then we go farther off to the west and also the northwest. We have a new area of rotation that's coming out of southern Martin County here. And this is going to be cruising into the northern portions of Orange County. So if you're in northwestern Orange County, brand new tornado warning for you. French Lick, Orangeville. This would include the Prospect area of Orange County, Paoli up to near Orleans. So stay hunkered in your basement or your place of safety. Finally, let's go farther off to the southwest. Let's go down into Du Bois County. A nasty cell right now is moving through sections of Du Bois County, most notably the southern one half of the county, where we have some pretty decent rotation showing up on the radar scan. This is very close to Holland. And just to the south of there, this is moving rapidly off to the east. So just some nasty, nasty cells on this Sunday evening.
Let's take a look at the storm analyzer so you can see both the reflectivity along with the velocity scan. And the good news that I'm kind of seeing, at least on the reflectivity, is we're getting more of those showers and storms out towards English. So we're not seeing that true kind of supercell shape that we had initially as it was moving towards the southern portions of Orange County. So that is some good news. We're not quite seeing the classic kind of rotation that you normally would see. It looks like that it's kind of being broken up a little bit. The rain's kind of expanding out. So hopefully that trend continues, at least for that southern tornado warning in orange moving into Washington County. Not looking quite as defined as it was earlier. Still maybe a little bit of some rotation, but at least looking at it on the radar, it's not showing that classic kind of hook that it was earlier when that warning was initially issued there, Jay.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think the most... Boy, the nastiest rotation I see is sitting really in far, far southwestern portions of Du Bois County and now moving into northern Spencer County of Indiana. You can see that plain as day. There's a little tornado vortex signature showing up right there. This is a supercell. You can see the hook echo on the backwards flank of that storm. So we'll continue to watch that one closely as it moves off in an easterly direction. This is Perry County. This is Crawford County. There's you folks in English. Don't put down your guard. that intense cell is holding off to your west and moving in your direction. We will continue to track it closely. And then farther off to the northeast here in southwestern Indiana, we're still dealing with intense weather right now. Guys, let's go over to the other radar scan. Where we have on your screen, we just have the tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings also in effect, but I just want to hone in on the tornado warnings at this time. Radar gets pretty busy if you have all these warnings flashing all over the place. But the tornado warnings to include Salem, over into east and southeastern Washington County. Then we have another tornado warning here. This is southeastern Orange, southwestern Washington, and finally north central and northwestern Orange, another tornado warning. 3 different areas of rotation that we are tracking here in southwestern Indiana. They are radar indicated. We don't have any confirmed touchdowns in this storm cluster, but this is a nasty looking cell, certainly capable of producing a quick hitting tornado spin up and some wind damage as well, some straight line wind damage. And we still have subtle rotation right on top of you folks in Salem with that bowing segment extending like a backward C right across south central portions of Washington County. That tells me that we have a pretty high wind gust, could be a damaging wind gust moving towards you folks in New Pekin and the rest of east central and southeastern portions of Washington County. Then you get into an area of broad rotation. That rotation, guys, here in southeastern Orange County, that seems to be weakening to me.
Yeah.
You see the same? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But still right over Salem. We gotta keep an eye on that one.
That's ugly. I agree. And finally, up near U.S. Highway 150, coming into northwestern Orange County, this area of rotation. This is Martin County, but this is going to be moving into our viewing area here in the next couple of minutes. So if you're anywhere in northwestern Orange County, stay hunkered down in that basement. Finally, we've got the tornado that was on the ground in south central and southwestern Du Bois County. You can see we've got a pink box, and that is telling us that we have a tornado that is on the ground. Hey, real quick, let's go to the CC. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Okay, and if you would now, let's put the velocity back on. I'm kind of analyzing here as we, okay, so there's the rotation. There's the strong rotation. Let's go back to the CC. Well, I don't see a lot of blues. I do see some greens, obviously, a little bit of blue. There could be there could be a tornado with that. And there wasn't there? Wasn't there a rope showing up farther off to the west?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Jay, we do have some good news to report. Is all the severe thunderstorm warnings have been able to drop here now at 9:15. So we're just dealing with the tornado warnings. There is actually no severe thunderstorm warnings because it does look like that bow segment, even though it still has some pretty hefty winds, it's not quite to the strength that they were when they were back over into Orange County. They're starting to come down a little bit, so they're no longer issuing those severe thunderstorm warnings along it, but they're still watching some of those notches at the top and at the bottom for possible rotations. So that's why they're keeping the tornado warnings going, but at least the severe thunderstorm warnings have been able to expire, and they, at the moment, have not issued any new ones. Well,
hopefully, if the Boeing segment is weakening, we can get rid of the tornado warnings in time as well. So that is good news. But as it stands right now, if you are in sections of Washington County, central and eastern Washington County, including Salem, stay in your basement. Stay there until the danger is past. Also, southwestern portions of Washington County, to include Bexmill, Livonia, as well as Hardinsburg. This right here, this is southeastern Orange County. Talking Chambersburg, Youngs Creek, Valine. You guys are underneath a tornado warning. Stay there until the danger has passed. And then from Paoli up to Orleans and points off to the west from there, another tornado warning. And then finally, we've got Du Bois County, also a tornado warning in effect. So 4 tornado warnings for portions of southwestern Indiana and 3 right here in the viewing area.
And they have upgraded that one in Spencer County now to a radar confirmed before that rope tornado still moving through the far northern portions of Spencer, getting ready to maybe move over into portions of Harrison County on the very southern flank of Du Bois County.
Okay. All right, in addition, we're talking about extremely heavy rainfall. So there will be a possibility of some flash flooding as these cells are kind of moving over the same chunks of real estate. They're training, if you will, and you can see the rainfall rates in these storms, upwards of 7.5 inches per hour. Yeah, you're not going to get that much water as the storms are moving. Yeah, if they were to sit over your house for an hour and it rained that hard, yes, you would. But visibility will be cut with the strong gusty winds, and there will likely be ponding on the roadways and even some localized flash flooding as the visibility is cut as these strong storms move on through. That is for sure. You can still see pockets of high wind across central and southeastern sections of Washington County is showing up where that lighter green shade is here. And then you go a little bit farther off to the west, another area of decent wind and rotation near Roland. This is coming out of Martin County, kind of traveling U.S. Highway 150 as it moves off to the east, slightly south of east, there in northern Orange County. All right, folks, just about 9:20 on this Sunday evening. Mo Rose, Eric Zernick, myself, tracking severe weather again. It's been an active pattern, as you know, going back to last Thursday morning with the intense storms. A number of tornadoes confirmed, most notably in southern Indiana, up to near Trimble County and Carroll County. Well, we got a new batch of strong and severe storms moving through on this Sunday evening, this Father's Day evening. And the big problems right now, really from Washington County, Indiana, back through Orange County, and then another cluster down into Du Bois County and Spencer County of Indiana, where we have tornado warnings in effect. And this southern supercell is indeed, it has actually spawned tornadoes. We've had confirmed tornado touchdowns from that supercell off towards the southwest. Let's put things in motion if we could, guys, here on the radar.
Sure.
Everything moving easterly at speeds of around 40 to nearly 50 miles per hour. And as Eric and Mo pointed out, the Boeing segment is indeed coming a little bit more discombobulated now. It doesn't look as clean, which is good news. Okay, so hopefully we're starting to see somewhat of a weakening trend with that Boeing segment. But having said that, still strong enough that we're getting some rotation, and that's why the tornado warning continues from very close to Salem, but now likely just off to your east on into east central Washington County. And then this cell right here, which was wrapped up for a time, that one too is also seems to be weakening. Let's close in. Let's stop the loop. Let's close in here on the orange Washington County line. And if you would, let's go ahead and put on the velocity scan here. Let's see what's going on. Subtle. I mean, it's broad rotation at this point in time. This is LVX?
Yes.
Guys? Okay.
Yes, it is LVX.
I don't see a
messier.
lot. Yeah, I don't see a lot of rotation there. I don't. Where this tornado warning is in effect, I don't see a lot of rotation. So that's good news. You got broad rotation right here, very weak. But that's about it. You've got very, very broad rotation right there in far southwestern Washington County, but that too is not producing a tornado at this time. But we'll watch it closely. The storm is still rotating in a couple of different parts, so we'll watch things closely. I don't think this is producing a tornado at this time. The one up near Salem, we still have this decent Boeing segment that's kind of accelerating off to the east. That's telling me I got a real decent wind gust still here, no question about it. And on the northern side of this apex of the bow, we have a little bit of rotation. That's now east of you folks in Salem. It's to your east, but just on the east side as well. It's kind of in between, what would that be, 60 and 56, I believe. Yeah, 160, I should say, 160 and 56 as you move off to the east of Salem.
And we are getting some video and some photos. We'll try and get that to you shortly. But I did want to add that we do have the tornado watch has been extended to the metro Oldham County, just a whole list, and we can show you that here in just a second.
Okay.
Just to let you know who is now under that watch. While you guys...
And that watch goes until 2 a.m. It includes a large portion out of our Commonwealth counties, including, as Mo mentioned, the Metro, including Jefferson County, Oldham County. So with these starting to get a little bit farther to the south, they just are trying to let people know ahead of time to get their phones vibrating so they can start to prepare for that. You can see that's all those in pink. So it basically extends down now to the 64 corridor and extends off to the east, even goes down into Bullitt County, Spencer, Shelby, Henry County. All of you are now under that tornado watch until 2 a.m. We also are starting to get some new severe thunderstorm warnings, again, for that bow echo that we saw in eastern portions of Washington County. So now portions of Clark County and Scott County, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning.
Just painted those on.
Yeah.
So those blinking yellowish orange boxes, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. The red boxes, those are tornado warnings. The purple box, that is confirmed tornado on the ground, but that is outside of our viewing area.
Okay, guys, thanks very much. So there you go. It could be a long night for a good chunk of the viewing area. Tornado watch is now extended down through Louisville on into northern portions of Kentucky until 2 a.m. EDT. Right now, we're dealing with a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, all to the north of the metro, to the north and west. But again, this stuff is, as it moves easterly, is sinking south as well. It kind of reminds me of what happened just this past Thursday morning with the big storms as they were also moving on through the area. So we've got a number of warnings, as I talked about, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So let's go ahead and we'll go one by one. We'll start off, let's take off the severe thunderstorm warnings at the very minimum. Keep the tornado warnings on for me. And let's zoom in first to eastern Washington County, to that storm, because again, we still have that tornado warning that continues for the next several minutes. We still have a Boeing segment, and on the northern side, right here in this general area, that is a favored location for a quick-hitting tornado spin-up, and that's why NWS has been issuing this tornado warning ever since it was all the way back through Martin County with this particular cell. And there is still weak rotation, very broad rotation showing up off to the east of Salem, but this is looking more and more discombobulated, so that is some good news. I do think that this bow is trying to weaken some. Still producing strong winds, don't get me wrong, but I do think it's starting to weaken some as it's looking a little peaked there on the eastern flank now. Okay, now as we go farther off towards the west, we have this other tornado warning that's in effect. We have a couple of areas of very weak rotation showing up. We have basically right in this zone. And that's about all I see right now. It's just very broad, very weak rotation with that tornado warning. Is that what you guys see too? I don't see a lot there.
Not much. I was actually looking a little bit further off to our, let me see. I want to move this over. Oh, goodness. Nope.
Yeah,
I was taking you street level. We don't need to go that. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on Orangeville right now, just because I do think that there's something going on right there just south that we got to watch. Okay.
Sure. This southern one, I don't see a lot of rotation. Yeah, Mo, I do agree. Very close to Orangeville, north of French Lick, off to the northwest of Paoli. There is a decent velocity couplet that's showing up right there. Let's track that. Let's track that easterly at speeds of around 35, 40 miles per hour. And again, we're tracking the most dangerous part of this northern thunderstorm that is warned for a possible tornado. Syria, right around 944, Bromer 950, Saltillo right around 955, and I know I've called out these communities many times already this evening. This thunderstorm complex is kind of training over the same areas, and it's intense. It's rotating in several different locations.
And it's also important to point out that those places are not in the warned area. So listen to Jay. Listen to Jay. I want you to go to your safe space. Even though your town is not under that warned area, we just track the storm, and that's where it's headed. So we want to make sure that you are getting ready to go, because if that storm holds together, they're going to have to extend that tornado warning into your area. And even though you are not under that warning right now, you will be shortly.
Now, we did get a new tornado warning. Let's go over to the analyzer to take a look at this. This is more so just to the north of English. It's kind of getting that classic supercell hook echo kind of with it. And you can see there's some pretty good velocity with that as well. So we'll be watching to see if that can kind of rope up there. That basically straddles the county line there between, what is that, Orange and Perry County?
Orange and Crawford County.
Orange and Crawford
and then
County.
That's going over towards, let's see, Hardin County and cutting that corner of Washington County. And that also includes Hardensburg.
Yeah, so there's the brand new, I mean, we got warnings coming out all over the place right now. Okay, so this is Crawford County right here. You get into Harrison County right here, Washington County, the southwestern tip, and this is southern Orange, so it's right on that zone. And there's the rotation showing up. This is pretty close to you folks in English right now. Get to your basement if you're in English. And it's crazy because this all of a sudden just spun up. That's how fast these storms are producing. This is heading towards you folks in Marengo. It could come very close to Hardensburg, but if you're anywhere from English up to Marengo on into far, far southeastern portions of Orange County, get to your basement right now. That's a nasty looking storm that really, really spun up. And you can see on the left-hand portion of your TV set or computer screen, that pendant hanging down right there, that's the hook echo. That's the heavy rain that's wrapping around the rotating part of the storm. This is still radar indicated at this time, very close to Brownstown there in northwestern portions of Crawford County. But man, stay in your basement. A number of tornado warnings now in effect for that area.
So now we have 3. 1 expired. We have 3 tornado warnings now. The one that just came up, that's north of English, taking part of northern Crawford County. But we still have that one in Washington County, and then that also in northern Orange County.
Yeah, go back to the other computer, guys. Go back to the other computer here. Okay, there you go. There are the 3 tornado warnings that Mo alluded to. And we have the other one that's still in Du Bois County. Is that correct?
Yeah, in northern Perry County.
Okay, and northern Perry now?
Or Spencer.
Spencer, okay. All right, so there's your rotation showing up. We have rotation up here in Orange County. We have rotation, tight little couplet just off to the northwest of English, warned for a possible tornado. And then we have some very broad rotation still showing up with this Boeing segment that's been moving steadily eastbound for the past hour and a half here in our communities, and this will soon be moving into sections of Clark County and southern Scott County. So it is weakening somewhat, this leading Boeing segment, but it's still decent. So you know what, if you're here in Clark County, southern Scott County, don't put down your guard. Just get ready. There's a big storm pushing in your direction. And then we get back into the other areas of rotation, most notably on the Crawford, Orange County line, and in north central, northwestern portions of Orange County as well. Okay, guys, back to the reflectivity, if we could, please. And let's go ahead. Go back there. Thank you very much. Let's pull out now. Take a look at the viewing area. Okay, so there are your tornado warnings. These are all tornado warnings just flashing on your screen. We have severe thunderstorm warnings as well, and we'll paint those on for you. And you can see just a big chunk of real estate is now having either severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. There you go, all just off to the north and northwest of the metro area. So this thunderstorm complex, quite intense right now, all the way from Scott County. It looks like the tornado warning was just extended. There you go. They just extended the tornado warning to include southern portions of Scott County, northern Clark County. Let's zoom into this area. So if you're watching from, let's call it Henryville, Marysville, New Washington, get in your basement. Tornado warning is now in effect. Also the Underwood area. So here it is. This is Clark County. This is sections of Scott County right there. And then it catches a far southwestern Jefferson County in Indiana.
So we're putting the timing on it so you can see extending it out. Henryville, that's going to be there about 9:41. If at Marysville, about 9:50. New Washington, 9:57. So just kind of know if you're in the northern portions of Clark County, you got the tornado warning, your phone's probably going off. Now's a good time to start heading to that safe location. So that's the interior most part of your house. That's usually maybe a closet or a bathroom. Try to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Or if you're lucky enough to have a basement, start heading to the basement, because they've had this tornado warning along this cell since it was back into Martin County. So even though we haven't had any official reports of a tornado with this, it still has been producing damaging wind gusts, easily 50 to 60, maybe even up to 70 miles an hour, as that is tracked all the way through Orange, Washington, and now getting ready to move into those portions of Scott and Clark County there. So just kind of know, might be a good idea to start seeking shelter from this cell.
Okay, guys, take me back to the storm analyzer here real quick. We've got a split screen. Now, let's take it back. See the storm up around Orleans right here. Let's close in on that. This rotation has all of a sudden intensified quite a bit there. It's immediately west of Orleans. It's actually this little segment right there. This right here, Mo or Eric, on this side of the screen, give me the CC, if you would, real quick. Okay, don't really see too much just yet, but that rotation has tightened. You can see the brighter shade of red right next to either very dark green or even some darker red. That rotation has indeed tightened, and that's holding just off to the southwest of Orleans. So we'll watch that. A tornado warning is already in effect. All right, then we go a little bit farther off to the south. Guys, let's go down here. Here's English. This is Crawford County. This, of course, is southern portions of Orange County, and still some decent rotation showing up right there. And again, correlation coefficient, I don't see anything that would suggest a tornado is actually on the ground, throwing debris into the atmosphere. Let's go back off towards the east, toward the new tornado warning in sections of Clark County, okay? Rotation that is pretty broad. Did they talk about why they issued that tornado? Just an extension?
Just kind of an extension. Like we said, this is the one that started everything way back in Martin County through Lawrence. So they've it continues to have that northern notch on that main Boeing segment. So they're just kind of taking it easy. We've had a lot of warnings with this, so they're just going to keep it going, at least for the moment, while they continue to see that northern flank of the bow.
Okay, Josh, up there, give me the other radar here real quick. Let's go back to the other one. And it's right, yeah, we've got subtle rotation right here, but it's up through here as well. It is still rotating. It's nothing that screams tornado to me, but it's something we have to watch, and watch very, very closely, because it's been rotating ever since it was out in Illinois, and it's been producing wind damage ever since it was out in Illinois, and it continues to rapidly push off to the east. So this is the brand new tornado warning. It catches far, far eastern Washington County, southern Scott County, you folks south of Scottsburg. Tornado warning in effect. It's basically near the Lexington area and points off to the south, Lexington and portions of Scott County there. And this, of course, is northern Clark County. Blue Lick up to Henryville, Marysville, into the new Washington area as well. It actually is very close to Chelsea, too. That's southern portions, southwestern portions of Jefferson County in Indiana. Tornado warning is in effect.
So, Jay, we want to also point out there's been a new warning that has been issued, and it's a continuation of the tornado that has been on the ground for, gosh, maybe an hour now.
Yeah, the one that was in southern Du Bois,
yeah, let me show you
northern
what's going
Spencer
on here.
County. They've now extended it to clip northern portions of Harrison County, far southern portions of Crawford County as well.
So it's going to be pushing, through Perry. It's the little corner of English, right, or Crawford County. So even though it is still a ways away, if you live in that part of Crawford County, this is the time to start moving downstairs into your basement or getting into a place away from windows. Again, put as many doors, or put as many windows, excuse me, just as many walls in between the outside and you. That's the safest place to be if you don't have a basement. But yeah, right now, that purple box, that's indicating that it is on the ground, it is confirmed, and that is why they're warning now for that in the red ahead of it. So it's better to be safe there. And that does include part of our viewing area.
All right, guys, thanks. Yeah, this is northern portions of Perry County. Then you get into a small section here of Crawford County as well. So that tornado warning is in effect. This is about, it's called about 50 miles or so due west of the metro area. There's Interstate 64 as it cuts across northern Perry County. And there is the tornadic part of the thunderstorm. This is coming out of very close to the border there of Du Bois County as well as Spencer County in Indiana. Strong rotation showing up, moving parallel to and just south of Interstate 64 right now as it's moving into northwestern Perry County. All right, so there's that one. Let's pull out. Let's go back to the other storms to the east and northeast. And you can see the metro area. Everything is still north and northwest, but it is getting closer and closer. I would say probably give it another 1 to 2 hours. We're probably going to be dealing with storms here in the metro because these things are moving east as the entire zone sinks off to the south. And these are all severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. In the orange, severe thunderstorm warnings for the possibility of winds that could be upwards of 60 miles an hour in scattered locations. And then, Mo, let's go ahead and take off the severe thunderstorm warnings, but keep the TOR warns on. In red are the tornado warnings. Southern Scott County, far southwestern Jefferson County of Indiana, northern Clark County, still catching on into east central Washington County. Okay, that's one warning. We got another warning that remains in effect from Paoli and points off to the north. And then this one for sections of Crawford County, northern Crawford County, southern Orange on into Harrison and southwestern Washington. Just west of Palmyra, for example. This would include Chapel and Hancock as well as Marengo. So if you're in those areas, stay in that basement, gang, or that lowest level of your house in an interior room to protect yourself from anything that could be flying around outside. Tornado warnings on this Sunday evening, 9:40, almost 9:41. On this Father's Day evening. Started out beautiful for much of the day, and then now we're getting into strong and severe storms as we're wrapping up
And we have
this
some
Sunday.
video from some of the tornadoes from Princeton, so let's pull that up real quick.
Yeah, there it is.
And I think this is the one they were thinking it was more of a rope tornado. That is some incredible footage there.
Yeah, that's the same supercell, guys, that's now moving out of Du Bois, southern Du Bois County, and heading into northern Perry County. So that's what that storm produced, as it was a little bit farther off to the west. And on the radar scan, we are still picking up a very well-defined, what we call supercell thunderstorm. It's an individual cell that is rotating. You can see the inflow notch right there, that warm, moist air that feeds into the storm, and then it wraps up into the updraft. It tightens, stretches, and then is pulled down to the ground with right behind a downdraft, if you will, and we get a tornado spin up, basically, is what happens, and that's what's been going on. And that rotation right now is moving into northwestern portions of Perry County in Indiana, very close to 64 and just off to the south of there. Okay, we're going to continue to watch that one as it moves closer and closer to Crawford County and kind of travels 64. Let's hope that storm weakens and weakens quite a bit, because if it holds together, that could impact the metro down the road.
We do have some good news. They are going to expire the one from Paoli to Orleans County that was showing some pretty good signs earlier, has really weakened. So they've gone ahead and allowed that tornado warning to expire. It'll disappear here in the next about 2 minutes at 9:45. But they definitely are no longer seeing anything to keep a warning going, at least for that cell. So that's some good news. We're going to be able to drop one of those warnings off here very shortly. And same thing with that one in far eastern Washington. That will also be able to be dropped. So it's more so issue now just track over into North Clark County and southern portions of Scott County. So at least we're going to be trimming some of these warnings off here very shortly.
Okay, sounds good. So this warning will be gone. This warning will soon be gone. We'll have this one left over. We'll have this one, and of course the one down here. We'll hold on to 3 tornado warnings as we get a little bit closer to the 10 o'clock hour on this Sunday night. And still some decent rotation showing up, getting very, very close to Interstate 65 now in northern Clark County. This is, yeah, pretty close to Henryville. Certainly a strong wind gust pushing into the Henryville area, kind of up and down 64 as you move across southern portions of Scott and also Clark County in Indiana. And then that rotation right there, that green, which implies winds blowing towards the bottom portion of your TV set, next to the red. It is not tight rotation, it's relatively broad, but this rotation has been around for quite some time, ever since it was way out in Illinois. This is associated with that Boeing segment I talked about. Potential tornado spin up in northern portions of Clark County, and then you go south of there, you get into more of a straight line wind gust that could be emanating forward, if you will, easterly and southeasterly across Clark County. All right, let's go farther off to the west now, and let's check out the storm out here. Okay, we have another tornado warning. This one is going to be gone. This one's still in effect. This is Orange County, Crawford County, Harrison County, southwestern Washington. If you would give me the velocity scan, let's see what we got going on there. Still some rotation, subtle rotation right there. Mo, if you would, give me a track. Have that move off to the east. Speeds of around 40-ish. In some of the communities in the path of this rotation, Fredericksburg, Martinburg, 10 o'clock or about 10:15 as well. So be on the lookout for that storm as well. We'll continue to watch that. It's rotating. It's not real strong at this point, but these things, my goodness, they intensify and then they weaken, then they intensify and then they weaken. Take me over to the storm analyzer where Eric has our dual screen. There we go. This is the southern supercell. This is Perry County in Indiana. This is about 55, 60 miles due west of the metro area. This is Crawford County, Perry County, Du Bois County. That's 64 right there. And that's still rotating. Do you guys, what do you see there, Eric?
I'm not seeing as much. This is the one that had the rope tornado with it off to the west. Still showing some pretty decent winds in the reflectivity, but you're not seeing as much on the coefficient. It's kind of muddied a little bit. There's a lot going on there, but not seeing quite as defined as we were earlier. So at least that's why it is just the red warning, meaning it's radar indicated, but no longer radar confirmed or confirmed by spotters. So they're thinking, too, this might have lifted a little bit, but still got to watch it closely as it has had that history of actually producing a tornado on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. All right, go back to the other radar then, if you would, please, for me. All right, let's pull out. So there's downtown Louisville on this Sunday evening, of course, Jefferson County. Everybody to the south of Jefferson County, across the Commonwealth. It is quiet. It's a beautiful Sunday evening, a little bit warm, a little bit muggy, but things are still quiet. Jump north of the Ohio River, and we are dealing with a number of tornado warnings still, severe thunderstorm warnings on this Sunday evening. And this weather, everything you see here moving eastbound at speeds of around 40 miles an hour as the entire zone slowly sinks off to the south. So this will eventually reach the metro here in relatively short order. Tornado watch continues until either midnight in southern portions of Indiana or 2 o'clock in the morning for the metro area and portions of Kentucky south of the Ohio River. So we still have a number of hours to go, another good 3, 4, 5 hours of potential strong and severe storms on this Sunday late evening, and it'll turn into Monday morning, obviously, with this activity rolling on through. Here are all the warnings now in effect. Orange, severe thunderstorm warnings to include wind gusts that could be upwards of 60 miles an hour in a few spots. And that includes Jefferson County, Indiana. That includes sections of Trimble County in Kentucky, including Milton, down close to Bedford. And then back through Scott County. You folks in Scottsburg, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. for some gusty winds. And then back through Washington County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Salem back to near Paoli. And then on the southern flank of this thunderstorm complex, we're still getting little rotational couplets, if you will, that all of a sudden intensify and tornado warnings seem to be issued. And we've got 3 of them right now for the viewing area. We have here in northern Clark County. How's that rotation looking right now, Eric and Mo?
It's still that very broad kind of rotation with that on the northern flank of that Boeing segment, but we've seen it better earlier this evening than what it's looking like right now, I would say.
Okay.
We do want to, I was going to show you, we had someone just call in and said that they said a possible funnel cloud seen near Holiday World by I-64, and that was those on the ground warned storms that are no longer purple boxes, but we still have that red tornado warning in that area that does now include parts of Crawford County.
Okay, that is that southern supercell. We'll go out there and we'll track that in just a second. All right, guys, let's do this. Let's zoom in tight, a little bit tighter here. Okay. There you go, down in street level mapping, stay right there. Some pretty decent rotation right now showing up. What do we got? We got Highway 31, we've got Brownstown Road. This is right around the Henryville, Indiana area. Spieth Road, there is some rotation showing up on Highway 31. And let me see, Highway 160 East. So let's go a little farther south.
Going through Henryville.
Yeah.
Got Blue Lick there.
Okay.
This is along the I-65 corridor. So this is not anything anyone needs to be driving through.
So there it is. You can see some decent rotation still showing up right in this area. All right, Mo, let's pull out and let's track that rotation as it's moving off in an easterly direction. Have that pushing east at 40. Now, let's go a little farther south, Mo. Yep, track that right there for me. Right there. All right. There you go. All right, these are some of the communities in the path of this rotation right here. If there's a tornado, it's going to come from that part of the rotating cell. It's very close to Henryville, now immediately east of Henryville and east of I-65. This is northern Clark County. Otisco 955, Marysville 958. If I'm calling out your community, just stay in your place of safety, folks. The strongest rotation is going to come fairly close to your area. The good news is Mo and Eric have been talking about, it's not a confirmed tornado, but it is rotating. It could produce at a moment's notice. And now that we're at night, you can't see this stuff, nocturnal stuff. I hate nighttime tornadoes. It's just, it's scary for a lot of folks. So just stay in your place of safety. New Washington, 1007, Hibernia, right around 1009, Westport and Oldham. It could clip northern portions of Oldham County as well if it holds together. So that tornado warning remains in effect for basically near Memphis up through Henryville, and points off to the east across the remainder of northern Clark County, far southern Scott County, and the far southwestern tip of Jefferson County in Indiana.
We are starting to now get some reports out of Orange County. That's from those storms that moved through about an hour or so ago. We have numerous trees and power lines down, and we're also starting to get some flooding in the Paoli area. You guys are under a flash flood warning that goes until early Monday morning, as you have easily picked up 1 to 3 inches of rain from these slow-moving, very intense downpours that have been moving through, bringing not only those heavy winds, but also a lot of rain. And so on top of the wind damage, we're also seeing now some flooding occurring back across portions of Orange County, especially in Paoli, from those storms that rolled through.
Okay, the other area of rotation that is really sticking out like a sore thumb right now is the one farther off to the west, the one that did produce the confirmed tornado. This one right here, this is Perry County. There's Leopold, I-64, and there's the rotation. Winds green, blowing towards the right-hand portion of your TV set, the opposite direction in red. So tight rotation showing up very close to St. Joseph's Shrine and just north of Bristow there. immediately south of Interstate 64. Mo, let's put a track on that as well. Push that eastbound at speeds of around 40. And some of the communities in the path of this dangerous supercell that could produce a tornado at any time. We're talking Salina right around 10:05, St. Croix 10:08, Oriole right around 10:14, and the Beechwood area 10:20. This is northern portions of Perry County, but this is going to be moving towards you folks in south and southwestern Crawford County in relatively short order. It could impact far northern Meade as well. We'll have to watch that down the road, but hopefully this thing will weaken. But that is a pretty strong supercell as we speak. Let's put the reflectivity back on now, and we'll kind of pull out, take a look at the much of the region here, so we get the metro also into the picture. If you're just now joining us, here we are just shy of 10 o'clock on this Sunday evening. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, ending off our Father's Day on a stormy note, as a pretty decent cluster of showers and storms that developed out there in Illinois, tapping into wind energy and instability, has really shown some upward growth, if you will, and we got a lot of rotation, so tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect all the way from near Madison to north of Louisville, northern Clark County, back through sections of Washington County, northern Harrison, out 64 to north of Evansville. You can see additional, look at those tornado warnings issued farther off to the west across extreme southwestern Indiana and southeastern Illinois. Guys, it's going to be a pretty long evening, no question about it.
That it is. We are getting some good news, as we did get a recent wind report near the Henryville area, and it was only the 42 miles per hour. So that is kind of well below the severe limit of 60, but still that's where we're kind of seeing that rotation trying to develop, where the tornado warning is ongoing. So we are still seeing some pretty decent winds, but maybe not quite to the strength that they were earlier when we were seeing it back across Orange and Washington County. So hopefully that downward trend continues, but we're still seeing a pretty good notch developing there with that little backward C. So definitely, even though the winds aren't too bad, it's still got to watch for the possibility of rotation.
Yeah, there's a low-level lock there now showing up on the Doppler radar. So decent rotation right there. And again, there's the bowing segment, the wind gusts surging out, and on the northern side of the bow, the apex of the bow, there's the little spin up, if you will. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there in between Henryville and Otisco right now, very close to State Road 3 there, as it cuts across northern portions of Clark County in Indiana. So stay in your place of safety. Anywhere from Henryville and points off to the east, you are underneath a tornado warning for the next several minutes. And north and south of that zone, potential for 50 to perhaps 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, at least in scattered locations. This is immediately north of the metro, and if it holds together, this Boeing segment, no question, will be impacting you folks here in northern Oldham County, likely within inside the next 15, maybe 30 minutes or so. So don't put down your guard if you're watching from Oldham County, from the Goshen area, and points off to the north from there. All right, Mo, let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's pull out here a little bit more so. We got to watch that, Eric. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, the
segment.
Charlestown Fire Department said that might be trying to form a tornado there with that very notchy look with the storm.
All right, so I'll come right back to that. Let's go over here real quick. Take off the warnings for me, Mo. All right, we got a couple of tornado warnings here. Let's put the velocity scan on. Okay. Again, another Boeing segment right there. So there could be something trying to spin up, a weak spin up on the northern side of that Boeing segment. Don't see a lot going southeast in this zone, just chaotic wind flows right now. Okay, finally, let's go a little bit farther off to the west-southwest. That rotation is ugly, no question about it. This is Perry County. We have to watch that very, very closely. There's 64, northern Perry County, and this is pushing towards you folks in the southern one half of Crawford County. So if you're in Crawford County, be on the lookout. A very intense supercell is holding just off to your west.
Jay, they're going to upgrade to a confirmed tornado for that one in Henryville, north of Charlestown, due to what we were seeing there. So that should soon be turning from the red to a purple, because we're getting now several reports of a possible tornado down in that area.
Okay. All right. So if you are anywhere here near Henryville, but especially just east of Henryville, close to State Road 3 there and 160, a tornado is developing. A tornado is reaching down towards the ground as we speak. Very close to you folks in New Market, maybe just west of you. It is moving rapidly off towards the east. So stay in your place of safety. Henryville, Marysville, New Market, New Washington, Hibernia, stay in that place of safety for the next several minutes as a tornado warning is in effect, and it does appear we're getting a confirmed tornado. A tornado is forming now, according to the fire department, up in this region. It's moving rapidly off to the east at speeds of around 40 miles an hour. New Washington, Hibernia. And if it holds together, it could impact portions of Oldham County, maybe even Trimble County, southern Trimble County too, over the next 15 to 30 minutes. But this is the storm. Okay, let's zoom in tight. I want to zoom in. There you go. Take off the severe thunderstorm warning. There you go. All right, so this is where the strongest rotation is now showing up. I'm going to pull out here. Go back in for me. Let's go to street level. Okay, right there. So what do we have? We have Cattail Road, County Road 160, the Otisco area. There's Henry Otisco Road right there.
State Road 3?
State Road 3, yeah.
This kind of higher highway.
Anywhere from State Road 3, just off to the west to County Road 160, Henry and Otisco Road, that little triangle, tornado warning is in effect, and tornado is now developing in that location. Looks like it's very close to Otisco, maybe now immediately east of there. Looks like it could be in between Otisco and New Washington, huh, guys?
Yeah. If you go over to the storm analyzer, I got pulled up the dual panel so you can kind of see what it looks like on radar. And this is the CC. Not seeing a good debris ball with this. There's a lot of clutter, so maybe just those winds picking up a lot of other things. Could be moving over some farm field. A lot of corn is up, so it could be pushing some of those corn stalks up into the air, causing some of that debris to get picked up. Seeing some of those yellows mixed in with the reds.
So, and again, reading the chat, this is confirmed on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, confirmed tornado on the ground. It looks to be in between Otisco and New Washington right now. It is moving off towards the east. If you would, give me the velocity here, Eric.
Okay.
On this side of the analyzer, where we've got the CC. Okay. All right, so there's your Boeing segment. Here's your strong rotation. It's right on top of Otisco, right there. It would be right there. And this is moving rapidly off to the east, so it's going to come very close to you folks in New Washington. Get to your place of safety, gang. Stay there. New Washington, Hibernia. The Otto area. That is a nasty cell. Tornado warning remains in effect for this region for the next several minutes. We have a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground east of Henryville, close to Otisco, and moving towards Marysville, New Market, and New Washington. The storm is moving off to the east at speeds of around 40 miles per hour.
Let's send it over to the links. Mo is kind of extending that out so we can kind of see the towns that will be in line and when they would be arriving.
New Washington headed to you here in about 8 more minutes. Westport, 10:16, so that's crossing the river. That is outside of the actual warned the tornado warning. So I wanted to extend it just because the storm does extend outside. I'm showing you just the idea, not just the most powerful part of the storm, just because that is where the tornado is closer to Otisco. But if you look further south, I mean, these winds are gusting. And so I wanted to encompass the entire line that's moving just due east. So Hibernia, you are within that tornado warned area, and that should be there by 10:11. But outside, you're crossing the river, Westport there, that's going to be at 10:16. Russell Corner, 10:23. So you just have to be ready. If this storm holds together, they're likely going to be extending that tornado warning into your area. So make plans to find that safe place. This is a very strong storm, even if it becomes just a severe thunderstorm warning. These winds are dangerous. They're damaging. We've gotten reports even from the storms in Orange County, trees and power lines down. So yeah, this is a very powerful storm. You're not going to be you want to be away from windows and just make sure that you are staying safe during these storms as they're moving across. Even again, if you're outside of that red flashing box, but this is ahead of you, it's coming in your direction.
Okay, Mo, thanks very much. Hey, what I'd like to do is take the analyzer full. Let's go to the analyzer. Eric, touch on the other warnings to the west. Let's pull out. Let's not forget what's going on farther off to the west. And go ahead, take it away.
So we still continue to have these tornado warnings off to our west. We got the box within the box. That is the old warning that will likely be expired here very shortly. And we got the new warning that's kind of bigger that includes portions of southern Orange County moving into southwestern Washington County, northern portions of Crawford, then extends down into Harrison County. Mainly for that line of storms, if you look on the left side of your screen, near and north of English and just to the west of Hardinsburg, that is going to be pushing to the southeast at that 35 miles per hour. So that is the kind of the cell that they're watching. It's, if you look on the right side of your screen, you can see that's the velocities. It's kind of very broad. Might be seeing a little bit on the northern side as you get into southern Orange County. Maybe that's the part where we're seeing it. Pretty much due west of Hardenburg is where we're kind of seeing maybe a little bit of some rotation developing, and that's probably what prompted this latest tornado warning. But at the time, I'm not seeing anything looking quite as bad as what we have off to the east. And then if you go down to the south, we got this one. This is the one that had the rope tornado with it back off to the west. Does look like it's weakened a little bit. That probably has lifted, so that's why it's no longer a confirmed tornado warning. It's just a radar indicated one, kind of keeping that one going, but it does look like it's kind of becoming a little bit more of a messy system, not really seeing quite the hook and pendant that we were seeing earlier with it when it was dropping that rope tornado. So hopefully that continues to stay good. This is the one that kind of moved over Holiday World and areas like that, but some good news is that one doesn't look to be quite as bad as it was earlier.
Okay, sounds good. So the tornado warning still in effect for northern Perry County, far southwestern Crawford County for this supercell right there. We go a little farther off to the north. We have this thunderstorm cluster, and there's the rotation associated with it. It's very broad right here. These winds are blowing towards the bottom portion of your TV set, red the opposite direction. It's elongated, nothing real tight. That shows me a tight circulation with this particular cluster. We'll watch it close. Tornado warning remains in effect for that area, so we'll watch it close. This, on the other hand, this was a confirmed touchdown very close to Otisco, just off to the east of Henryville, and this storm is now in between Otisco and New Washington. This is north and northeastern sections of Clark County in Indiana. There's the Ohio River. This is Oldham County right there. If you're in this zone, this tornado warning, stay there. Stay in your basement. Stay in the your tornado warning shelter area, lowest level of your house, interior room, and you want to just keep as many walls between you and the outside, no question about it. Rotation, that is still there, but that rotation doesn't look as tight.
No, it does look a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
Even on the left side of your screen, as you look at the radar, you're not seeing the sea quite as defined as it was a little bit ago. Let's take this maybe back in time, and we can kind of show you what we were talking about. You can see how it really had that kind of hook there, and that's just probably when it brought down the tornado to the ground.
Yeah, pull out just a little bit, just a touch. There you go. And now, yeah, there you go. You can see the hook that was trying to form. And then there was the rotation. Now let's go forward in time. And you can see how it has weakened quite a bit, yeah.
And now let's pull out, and we'll show you, we got this new warning that
Yep.
does now include the metro. So maybe here in town, your phone's starting to go off for that new warning there.
Severe thunderstorm, though, not tornado.
Correct.
Okay.
And that goes until 10:45 for the possibility of winds to 60 miles per hour. But they did put a possible tag to that, so we'll have to watch for maybe some rotations within that. But at least the good news is just severe thunderstorm warning for the metro over in the Oldham County, up into southern Trumbull County, and does get over in the portions of Henry County.
Okay, Eric, Mo, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go back over to our other radar, there you go, our links box. Mo, let's kind of reset here. What time do we have? We have just after 10 o'clock. 10:08 on this Father's Day night, this Sunday night, first day of summer. How about that? And here we are dealing with some big storms now lining up just north of 71 from near 64 and points off to the north as you travel west of the metro. Many severe storms in effect right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warnings flashing in orange. We have the tornado warnings in red. This tornado warning, we did have a confirmed tornado touchdown near Otisco and just east of Henryville. Looking at the radar, that does not appear to be the case right now, but you still have a tornado warning in northeastern sections of Clark County. Then we have additional tornado warnings farther off to the west here in Orange County, southwestern Washington County, northwestern Harrison County. Yeah, Mo, go ahead and close in. Let's close into these areas right here. There you go. And let's go ahead and take off the warnings and put on our velocity scan. So we've got this cluster, and we've got this cluster right here. Still some rotation very close to Leopold with that southern supercell. We'll watch it closely, and this did actually produce a tornado farther off to the west earlier in the evening, but that is a strong supercell. No question, it continues to maintain its intensity as it travels parallel to and just south of 64, moving eastbound at around 40 miles an hour. Farther off to the north, we have broad rotation showing up just off to the north and northeast of English, in between English and Hardensburg in southern Indiana there. Palmyra, don't see much around you right now. Perhaps some gusty winds, locally heavy rainfall, a lot of thunder and lightning, but I don't see anything that screams tornado at this point in time. But again, the southern supercell still looks decent to me. We got to watch that one closely. And then farther off to the east, let's go
we do
ahead.
have some good news.
Yeah, go ahead.
The one that did produce that tornado near Charlestown, they've even let that expire because it's gotten not really seeing it quite as much anymore, and they're not going to issue anything new with it at the moment. So some good news there. They've let that go because it's kind of lifted and not looking quite as good as it was earlier. So that is some good news, at least in Clark County. We'll have to continue to watch it, maybe as it tries to cross the river and push into Oldham and Trumbull County. But at the moment, they have let that warning expire and not issued a new one going forward. But what they are watching...
Are they saying anything about this warning here, the one in Orange County, northwestern Harrison?
They haven't said anything about that, but you can see they are still watching that one farther to the south, as you were mentioning, just to the east of Leopold, getting close to the river there. That's where they're really keeping their eyes on right now. That's what's grabbing all their attention.
Yeah, let's go south. Down. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. It's that one right here. Right there, this one right here. This has a brand new tornado warning. Mo, put on that, there it is. You can see that warning that extends now across the southern one half of Crawford County. As I talked about, it does catch far northwestern Meade County as well. So if you're anywhere from Alton, let's call it Wolf Creek, even close to Battletown, just north of Battletown. Stay in your place of safety, and then up into the Carefree area, Leavenworth area, Artist Point area, back to near Oriole, St. Croix, Apollonia, Leopold, as we have some pretty decent rotation right there showing up on that particular scan. So that supercell tornado warning in effect. All right, let's go back over to the Louisville area, as hearing the thunder and outside right now, seeing the lightning on some of the tower cams as well. Big storms in the Charlestown region, some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds. We have the brand new severe thunderstorm warning that catches downtown St. Matthews, up to near Prospect, the Glen Oaks subdivision, up to near Crestwood as well. LaGrange, everybody underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for the northeast side of the metro, up I-71 on into Oldham County, even Trimble County, southern and southwestern Trimble County, for the potential for winds that could be upwards of 50, 60 miles an hour, at least in random spots. Westport 1014, Skylight 1015, Clarksville around 1020, Jeffersonville around 1024, LaGrange 1026, the Glen Oaks subdivision in the next 10-15 minutes or so could see some pretty gusty winds and some very heavy rainfall in your area moving through the northeastern portions of the metro.
Some more good news, those tornado warnings that were for portions of Orange, Washington, northern portions of Crawford County and Harrison County, those have all been expired and let to drop. So the only tornado warning that we have is for that one very close to the Ohio River that is moving out of portions of Perry and Crawford County, moving across the river and touching portions of Meade County there, that very northwestern portions of Meade County. That is our only tornado warning that we still have actively ongoing at the moment. So that is the good news. All those other ones have been able to expire, and they're not issuing any new ones. As it does look like, as we now move about an hour past sunset, the storms are beginning to weaken a little bit farther upstream, but this is still on the southern flank of it, and so this is what we're still kind of watching very closely.
Mo, put that CC back on for me.
Sure.
Okay, good. Don't see much there. All right, we'll watch that close. So the tornado warning continues for that particular supercell. The other tornado warnings, as Eric alluded to, are getting ready to expire, and NWS is not going to be extending those out. So this one will go away. This one will go away as well. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings, one very close to the metro, inside the metro, from downtown to St. Matthews up to near Prospect, the Ford truck plant, Pee Wee Valley, and then up I-71, Crestwood to LaGrange. You guys underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Gusty winds, heavy rainfall can be expected in this warned zone. Rainfall rates, way up there. You get underneath the heaviest of the rain, man, it's coming down 6, 7, 8 inches an hour. You're not going to get that much, obviously, but it tells me that visibilities will be cut. There's going to be ponding on the roadways, and even some localized flash flooding will be possible. The heaviest of the rainfall near Charlestown, but just off to the northeast of you. And you can see what we're talking about as far as rainfall the last 3 hours. In excess of 2-3 inches has come down in sections of Washington County, Orange County. So it's really starting to pile up, and that's going to cause some runoff issues as we move deeper into this Sunday evening. No question about it. So let's kind of reset. Here we are, 10:15, almost 10:16. On this Sunday evening, if you're just now joining us, here's what's going on. We've been dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings and a number of tornado warnings for much of this Sunday evening. As it stands right now, in the WLKY viewing area, one tornado warning that is about 30 to 40 miles due west of the metro for sections of Crawford County, and that catches far northwestern portions of Meade County for the next several minutes. That storm is rotating. It's a supercell. We'll watch it closely. We'll go and we'll track that for you coming up in just a second. Other warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings, to include southern Du Bois County. That's Orange County, Washington County, northern Crawford County. And then in the metro, that's Floyd County, Clark County. This is Oldham. It catches far southern portions of Trimble. That's western Henry. And then we have the northeastern quarter of the metro, basically downtown up the I-71 corridor. Indian Hills up to near Indian Springs, for example. Let's call it Anchorage. You guys are also included in this severe thunderstorm warning. As the heaviest of the storm shifts across any one location, certainly you're going to get a big-time downpour, and you're going to get a decent wind gust. It could be as high as 60 miles an hour in a few isolated to widely scattered locations. No question that wind gust will be over 40 widespread. It's going to be a decent wind gust.
We did get word that we have some video from Salem that came in. If we can pull that up real quick.
Go ahead and take it. There you go, well-defined lowered base right there. That's a supercell storm. Maybe some rotation showing up there.
Let's see if I can go back.
How long ago was this? This was obviously right around sundown, 9 o'clock or so, or maybe a little bit before that?
Let's go about an hour back on the radar and see if we can't see maybe that.
It was probably that first
right there.
Boeing segment, the same segment that actually put down the confirmed tornado near Otisco. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Okay, who brought us that? Did we have a name?
I don't know. Do we have a name?
I'd like to give
that?
credit to whoever that was. So thank you very much for the video, for sending it in. That helps us out a lot. That tells us what that storm looks like. Not on radar, but to the real world, if you will, and it can help us warn those out ahead of that storm as to what type of weather could be moving in their direction. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. No question about it.
And they are no longer even under a severe thunderstorm warning there in Salem. So that's good news. We still have this one, though, this tornado warning in English, and that's likely going to be, if it holds together, pushing into Harrison County here in short order. Let's zoom in on this. I'll get rid of the lightning. But yeah, there's some rotation right there.
Yeah, Mo, if you would, can you take off the low-level lock for me? Yeah, there you go. Let's take off the low-level lock, too. All right. Okay, I see some rotation. This brighter shade of green, that could be a radar flaw. I'll watch it closely, but I don't think that's
more
the inbound. I think that might be what is called side lobe contamination. So we'll watch it close, though.
Yeah, they were talking about that in the chat. That
okay.
Could be side
lobe. And that's been showing up from time to time. So that could be. Yeah, that could be false information. It likely is. It's still rotating. There's the hook.
Right there.
Right there. So the rotation would be showing up right on the tip of that hook. And it's not that. It's right here. There's weak rotation right in here. So it is rotating. But, you know, producing a tornado right now, no. But we'll watch it closely. It's on the southern flank of this entire storm complex. So it has all the environmental air to work with. If it's going to produce, that's probably the storm that we really have to watch. All right, so the tornado warning certainly continues. This is northeastern Perry. This is southern Crawford. This is far northern portions of Meade County. If you're in this zone, please stay in your place of safety for the next several minutes. Tornado warning continues. We're tracking the most dangerous part of this storm, and that is the hook or the rotation. Valley City around 1044. Dixie right around 1045. That's going to take it now into southern portions of Harrison County. Okay, you guys are not underneath a tornado warning right now, but we'll watch it closely because that supercell is moving parallel to and south of 64 and is heading towards southern portions of Harrison County. And look what's a little bit farther off to the east. We get into the west side of the metro. So we're going to have to watch that supercell very closely because it is kind of making a beeline for the metro. Hopefully it will weaken before reaching the Louisville area. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, though, in effect from downtown, guys, up to near Crestwood, close to Newcastle. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that is our only severe thunderstorm warning that we still have ongoing. The ones that were back off to the west over Washington, Orange have been expired. So the only severe thunderstorm warning we have ongoing is for that cluster of showers and storms moving out of Clark County and pushing across the river, mainly in the Oldham County, but it is clipping the far northeastern portions of Jefferson County. This goes until 1045, so we still got about another 25 minutes with this warning. But it does look like with the latest along that edge, we're only seeing winds maybe up to 40 miles per hour. So the winds are coming down. This was that main Boeing segment that tracked all the way across southern Indiana, moving into the areas. But as far as some of the times are concerned, it looks like it'll get into Jeffersonville here about 1024. So within the next couple minutes, it's going to be reaching Jeffersonville. Sellersburg already getting some of that heavy rain, and it looks like it's getting very close to the Prospect area, and shortly would be moving into LaGrange. I think LaGrange, you got about 6 minutes minutes until it officially moves into your locations, but you're probably already starting to see some of that rain move in and some gustier winds leading ahead of that system. And again, this is basically from the downtown Louisville up 71 portion of Jefferson County, a large portion of Jefferson County, not actually in that warning, and that goes until 10:45 for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. But with the latest scans that I'm seeing, I'm only seeing winds 30 to 40 miles per hour. So this too looks like it's coming down, but they'll keep that going just for another 20 minutes or so until it crosses the river and continue to get a better look at it as it moves over some more populated areas. We'll be able to start to get some more ground truth to just how strong those winds are as it moves over some of those more populated areas.
Let's get a real look. Let's go over to Mo for some traffic cameras. Mo?
Yeah, I want to show you, this is a view of the Lewis and Clark Bridge on Trimark 1. If you can pull that up in the back, this is a view of the Lewis and Clark Bridge, and I want to just show you exactly where that is on the map. So that actually is right over the river, and this is right along the line, that the line of storms that's just about to be going over the Ohio River in this area. So it doesn't look too bad right now. If you look carefully, you can see the rain coming down.
It's not really blowing.
It's not really blowing, but I think that maybe the line is just still over the river, so it could be moving over here just at any moment. Just zooming out, I'm looking at the maps and the cameras at the same time. So I'm expecting this to, at least the view, to get a little bit more intense as that line crosses over the river. And maybe I can take you a little bit further north along 71, because it does look like it's starting to bow out a little bit closer to the Oldham County line. Here's another view along the Gene Snyder right before I-71. Here's another view along 71. So let me see if I can't pull up another view. It's just coming down very heavy, at least the rain. Trying to find maybe a good view of maybe the trees blowing in the distance. I'll try and pull up another camera there on 71 along the Oldham and Jefferson County line.
You know, guys, and looking at the radar scan too, the wind field may be coming down.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. I mean, you don't have that real sharp, clean edge that goes from nothing to red. That would indicate a real strong wind gust. You can see how you know, fuzzy it is now becoming, discombobulated the front edge. So that's telling me this complex, at least the metro portion, is weakening. So we might not get that 50, 60 mile an hour wind. Yeah, there could be some winds up to 40 or so in spots, but I don't see a lot real strong winds right now in southern Clark County. Now up here, up US Highway 42 there in northern Oldham County, kind of into far southern portions of Trimble County. Notice it's a little cleaner, the edges, and there's a bit of a bow right there. So that could be a decent wind gust as that's moving off in an easterly direction. That could be a wind gust that could be 40, 50, maybe isolated 60 miles an hour. But, you know, a little bit farther off to the southwest here near, you know, Prospect and Linden and St. Matthews and the malls, for example, and then you get down into the downtown region, Indian Hills, and there's some locally heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds in spots, but I don't see damaging winds right now reaching the metro area. So some good news there.
Kind of zooming out, just checking back in with that tornado warning. It's still in place. It has not been extended into Harrison County yet.
Good.
But it's still very, there are a lot of reds there. It's coming down, torrential downpours. The CC, not seeing anything that's too concerning. So no debris ball there. The velocity, there's still little pinks there. I don't think this would be side lobe contamination right here, just east of Alton. But the winds, they have been gusting.
Okay, we'll watch it. There's still rotation there. It's decent rotation. It doesn't scream, you know, tornado on the ground right now, but this is a well-defined supercell. It's been rotating ever since it was way out in Illinois. It did produce an actual tornado in southwestern Indiana, so we'll watch it closely. Once a storm does produce severe weather and it's supercellular, typically it's going to continue to do that. It could cycle as it continues to move easterly until it falls apart altogether. So hopefully that's exactly what this will do, because this will likely, this storm will likely impact portions of the metro if it does hold together. So let's hope this thing weakens. All right. Let's pull out. Let's kind of reset here. What are we? We're almost 10:30, 10:27 on this Sunday evening. First day of summer, Father's Day, dealing with some strong and severe storms. The leading edge, which is up near Florence and Cincinnati, that has weakened quite a bit. No warnings up that way. Good to see. The thunderstorm activity that is moving very close to the metro now, up I-71. We have a warning, severe thunderstorm warning. We've lost any and all tornado warnings that were close to the metro up around northern Clark County. We've lost those. Good news. And this little complex, although still strong in spots, doesn't seem to be as intense as what it was, let's say, 30 minutes ago, 60 minutes ago, and especially when it produced that tornado immediately east of Henryville in Indiana. And then we get back to that one lone supercell here. Northern portions, northwestern Meade, southern Crawford, and more storms are lining up out near into southern and southwestern Indiana. Those two, guys, those are mean. They're west of the viewing area, but a number of tornado warnings out that way. So
I'm kind of hoping, though, it's going into air that has just been worked over quite a bit. So hopefully they won't be able to hold together.
Knock on wood,
too
right?
much.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
And some other good news, we're getting reports from Clark Emergency Management, those firemen that were out there, they're not seeing any structural damage or injuries from that tornado that briefly did touch down just to the north of the Charlestown area there in Clark County. So hopefully it just hit some farm fields out there and didn't hit any homes, as that tornado did briefly touch down there in northern Clark County.
Okay, good. Great news. Mo, if you would, let's go back to the metro area. Kind of pull out there just a little bit for me. I'd like to check something. Can you put the storm tops on, the cloud tops on when you find that product for me? And what I want to do is go back in time. I want to see if those storm tops are indeed coming down. Let's go back in time here just a little bit.
Want to go an hour?
Yeah, let's take it back a little bit and just. Okay. All right, there you go. Let's do it again. Okay, so there's the supercell right there. You can see the brighter reds. These are cloud tops. So that brighter red indicates clouds probably upwards of 45, 50,000 feet in the atmosphere. The taller a cloud top, the taller, the stronger the updraft that's punching that cloud up into the atmosphere, the stronger the storm, obviously. And when the cloud tops start coming down, we know that the storms are weakening. So that's what I'm looking for here, basically. And you can see this is a lot of uniformity here. I mean, we're losing the reds. So it does appear that, this northern part is indeed weakening as it continues to move off to the east. So good news there.
Now, we do, where those storms have tracked across, we do continue to now get more flash flood warnings, and probably are getting reports of some flooding across our southern Indiana communities, especially Clark County, back over into even Washington County, too, as well. Those are now all under flash flood warnings because of those slow kind of moving heavy thunderstorms that are now pushing through the area. The good news is it does look like a good portion of Orange and Washington County are slowly starting to see the rain move out of your area. You guys are the ones that have been hardest hit, but it does look like the heaviest rain is moving out, so hopefully that water can start to drain off a little bit as we now move deeper into the night. But still, especially Clark County, and for some of those heavier showers pushing into Oldham County, we'll have to watch for that flooding threat as well.
Okay, brand new tornado warning has just been issued for that supercell that we continue to track. You can see the extension off to the east. This is Meade County. This is sections of Harrison County. So really from near Corydon and points off to the south. Corydon, Dogwood, Central, close to Laconia, over towards Valley City. If I called out your community, get into your place of safety. This would include the central area, Dixie, up to near Leavenworth, Artist Point. This is the storm that we continue to track. It does have rotation. It is a supercell capable of producing a tornado. We don't have anything confirmed right now with this storm, but it could produce at any time. It's sitting in a pretty good spot. It's south of the main zone of storms, so it has a lot of the environmental winds going for it. It has the instability it's working on, so we'll watch it closely. marching off to the east. Tornado warning in effect for the next 15 to 30 minutes at least. Storm moving eastbound at 35 miles an hour, tracking the most dangerous part of the cell, i.e. the rotation, very close to Valley City here, right around 1046. Hopefully it stays south of the Corridon area, and hopefully it will weaken altogether, that we won't have a problem with this guy. But as it stands right now, if you are here in northern Meade County and far southern portions, southeastern portions of Crawford County on into Harrison County, please get into your tornado warning shelter and stay there until the danger is past.
Look how that's wrapping up there, right over Alton.
Little hook echo right now, right over the Alton area. The inflow into that thing, right through there, the warm southeast winds blowing into that and then spiraling up into the storm itself. And around the rotation, you get the precipitation that wraps back in, and it kind of resembles a hook echo, which implies rotation. CC coefficient or debris detector, don't see any debris right where the rotation is lining up. As a matter of fact, let's go over to the analyzer. And yeah, Eric, put the CC on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, yeah. There you go. Okay, so let's look at here pretty close. So we've got our rotation basically in this area. Let me look real close. I'm kind of analyzing this with you. A little bit of rotation.
The N in the New Amsterdam.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I don't see anything there. Nothing yet. So, all right, if we actually had a blue and green blob that was situated right where the rotation was co-located, excuse me, where that rotation is, that would tell us that we have debris in the atmosphere right near the rotation.
And it's doing a lot of jumps over the river, so it might be trying to pull up some of that cooler air over the water. It's no longer over those farm fields that kind of emit that heat a little bit better and moisture off the corn to kind of fuel this system. So we'll see how it does making several passes over the Ohio River, how it can hold together, as it maybe doesn't quite have nice ingredients as it comes off of those cornfields and some of those areas farther off to the west.
All right, gang, so new tornado warning in effect for sections of southern Crawford County, northern Meade County, and it catches southwestern Harrison County. This warning goes until what time?
It's until 11:15, so 45 more minutes or so.
All right, so we got another 45 minutes or so for this warning until 11:15. In the metro, severe thunderstorm warning continues the northeastern parts of the downtown area, from downtown up the I-71 corridor on through Oldham County, including Crestwood, LaGrange, to near, let's call it Skylight, Goshen, Westport, all those regions underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. It continues up into Clark County, but I don't see a lot in Clark County right now that screams severe thunderstorms. Heavy rainfall, don't get me wrong, and some gusty winds in spots, but
do you want to take a look at the cameras now? We're starting to see that rain come in sideways there. Now this is on Trimark 1, if we could pull that up. We're taking you back over to the Lewis and Clark Bridge, and yeah, that line that was pushing across the river is now over the bridge. So it is coming down incredibly heavy. And just showing you some other spots that, oh gosh, I mean, that is, you can see the water just being wafted around all over the roadways. That's the Gene Snyder right around I-71. And just pull up a couple other cameras. Here's another view of the Gene Snyder just past I-71 heading towards the bridges. And that has got to be tough for those trucks, especially, you know, the semis, you know, any high-profile vehicles with these winds gusting, you know, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. That is very hard to drive through. And then add all the water on the roadways. I mean, just look at, you can see it on the cameras. It's just starting to pool onto the roadways. So that's got to be really hard. If you can just hold off on traveling until these storms are over, that really is kind of the safest bet here. Just even if you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, yeah, this rain is no joke. It is putting down a lot of water in a short period of time. It is easy to hydroplane through this stuff. Here's back to the Lewis and Clark Bridge. You can just see the wind.
Yeah.
Just moving the rain back and forth. It is wild.
All right. Mo, thanks so very much. It's a rough go, certainly up I-71 right now and across Oldham County. Heavy rainfall, thunder, and lightning for sure. And again, watch out for ponding. And we've got flash flood warnings that are being issued, most notably in southern Indiana. There's the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for the next several minutes.
This one expires at 10:45.
Okay, catches northeastern Jefferson County, so give it another 8 minutes or so. It'll be done. And then we have the tornado warning that is close to Corydon and points off to the south and southwest for this well-defined, what we call supercellular thunderstorm, a rotating thunderstorm. And there is still rotation showing up in the sky right there, as you can plainly see, off to the northwest of Battletown, moving off to the east. Let's do a storm track on that, please. And we'll track it off towards the east at speeds of around 35, 40 miles per hour.
I'm trying not to get that side lobe. Okay, so we're going to be...
Let's track this guy.
Right around here.
Yep.
And it's going 25 miles per hour, but I'm going to take it all the way out. Let's see.
Perfect. Is that the speed right now?
Valley City,
speed,
it's
25?
going 25 miles per hour off to the east.
All right, so Valley City. We've been talking about Valley City the last several storm tracks. Still talking about you guys around 10:58, just shy of 11 o'clock. It looks like the worst of that storm is going to pass south of you folks in Corydon. So technically you are in the tornado warning, but it looks to me the worst will pass just off to your south. You'll get some heavy rain, some gusty winds, but again, the rotating part of that cell should pass just off to the south, anywhere from Dixie and points off to the south. Now, if you reside close to Central, and then down, what is that, Highway 135 south of Corydon in southern portions of Harrison County. Well, be on the lookout. This thing is moving in your direction. And if it holds, maintains its intensity, its forward speed and track, this will impact the metro as we get probably closer to 11:15, 11:30 tonight. The western parts of the metro. We'll have to watch anywhere from Shively down to near West Point, that zone, western Jefferson County, for this cell.
Yeah, we're about 24 miles away from, the strongest part of that storm. It's moving about 25 miles per hour, so within an hour, that could be crossing the river heading towards Valley Station.
So we'll watch for that. All right, let's kind of pull back out, go back to the reflectivity. Here we are just about 10:40 on this Sunday evening, and still dealing with a number of tornado warnings. The one closest is just off to the west of the metro by about 25 miles or so, Mo was just talking about. And this catches northern Meade County, far southern and southeastern Crawford County, on into southwestern Harrison. Then we get into more tornado warnings west of the viewing area, but nonetheless, these storms are moving eastbound. It's just north of Owensboro, north of Evansville, supercellular thunderstorms that are rotating and as a result producing tornado warnings. Heavy rainfall from near Louisville and especially up I-71 right now, really coming down across Oldham County. Rainfall rates still upwards of, what do we got, 6 inches an hour? So that stuff is really coming down in spots, no question about it. And that's causing the ponding out there. That's causing the localized flash flooding. Rainfall, you're getting up to 1, 2, 3, locally 4 inches of rain, where these storms have kind of trained over the same locations. Heaviest of the rainfall, obviously, to the north of the metro. Orange County, Washington County in Indiana, really getting hit hard. 3 to 5 inches of rain is what the radar is picking up, and that's why the flash flood warnings have been issued. All right, let's go back to the reflectivity. And we've got pretty heavy thunderstorm activity going on from southern Trimble, western Henry, right through Oldham, I-71, and points off to the north, tails down through Crestwood to Pee Wee Valley, right through the east and northeast end. Raining pretty hard right now. In Prospect over to near Green Spring, as well as Glen Oaks, the Ford truck plant. You get just north of Fern Creek. This is close to J-Town. We're getting some decent rain now, some downpours in those regions. Lightning count seems to be coming down, doesn't it, guys? With this particular cluster. This cluster is definitely weakening. I mean, it's producing heavy rain and some gusty winds in spots, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see NWS let this warning go. Maybe
I just reached out to ask what they're thinking with it because it's ending in the next 3 minutes. Are they going to keep going downstream with it or not? Haven't responded to us yet.
Okay, even the cloud tops are pretty much uniform and coming down, so that's telling me that this storm is indeed in a weakening mode. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see this warning once it expires, not really extended farther off to the east, but we'll wait and see what NWS decides. This is the big show in town right now, so to speak. This one supercell that continues to rotate and push east on the southern flank. You can see a well-defined what we call hook echo on the southwestern flank of this particular storm. That rain, that heavy rain, kind of wrapping around the rotation, so it takes on that hook echo appearance, and this is the most dangerous part of the cell. But this rotation, it is rotating, but it's relatively broad at this point in time.
You want to put a track on that?
Yep, definitely. Moving off to the east, speeds of around 25, 30 miles an hour. Been talking about Central forever.
Yes.
Listen,
Central Valley City, you guys, around the same time. Maybe Central, it'll get to maybe closer to 11 o'clock, but Valley City, 10:55.
Yep.
And if it holds together, then we're going to have to start talking about Buena Vista, New Middletown.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about the western portion of the metro, too, for sure. You folks in Corridon, the sirens might be going off. You know, again, it looks to me that the most dangerous part of this cell will pass just off to your south. We'll pass, you know, closer to Dixie, come close to New Middletown, but down towards Valley City and Central. Those are the locations, Dogwood, Laconia, those are the locations that I'm really concerned about right now for a possible tornado spin-up. So it's the southern parts of this tornado warning box. So stay in your place of safety, folks, certainly.
A lot of lightning in this one still, though.
Yep.
And then zooming out. Those are really the only two things in town right now. Well, we got to watch out to the west. Hopefully, you know, with the sun going down, we'll start to lose some of that instability.
Yeah.
And the fact that we already have a tornado-warned storm ahead of it, maybe that works over the atmosphere a little bit. But then, of course, you know, we have everything just south of I-64 out to the east that nothing is going on. So we got to watch that carefully. And also, let me just paint this on for you guys as well. If you're just joining us, we do have a tornado watch that includes the metro, but also down towards Bullitt County. Now, this is until 2 a.m. So we've got Breckenridge, Meade, or excuse me, just Bullitt County, Spencer, Shelby, and Meade. Breckenridge is not.
Yeah,
oh, no,
Breckenridge is
great.
not,
That's Grayson County. So Breckenridge and okay. So yeah, these will go until 2 a.m. and that's likely for, you know, any of the storms out to the west. If those continue to hold together, we got to watch those spaces closely.
Okay. All right, Mo, thanks very much. So there you go. Still a couple of warnings out there. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for portions of the metro, there you go, has gone away, has been discontinued. They have not reissued, so they're also seeing the same thing we are, and that storm complex is indeed weakened quite a bit. Yeah, there could be some gusty winds, heavy rainfall, but that segment has weakened. So all eyes on what's happening farther off to the west. And with the tornado warning here, southern and southwestern Harrison and far northwestern Meade, it catches also far southeastern Crawford. Got a new warning that looks like it was issued for portions of Spencer County in Indiana, not Kentucky, but in Indiana. So that one off to the southwest of Santa Claus, for example. So we'll watch for that storm because if that continues to move east, that could impact Breckenridge County.
Yeah, they just added Breckenridge.
They just added, yeah, there you go.
Breckenridge, that goes till 2 a.m. So Breckenridge and Meade, you're in it now.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that'll likely be this storm.
Yep.
We got to watch that one.
Okay. In addition, watch out for the heavy rain. There's a lot of people out and about, you know, with it being Father's Day night, and a lot of folks are, you know, coming home from friends, family, whatever the case may be, after big cookouts. Please be careful if you're going to be out and about on those roadways with this heavy rainfall. Slow it way down. Please, we don't want you hydroplaning out there. It's easy to do when the rain is coming down this hard, and rain has added up anywhere from 1 to as much as 5 inches
That's no good.
in these zones. Guys, can we paint on the flash flood warnings for me real quick?
You bet.
There you go. Flash flood warnings. They include northern portions of Harrison, northern sections of Floyd, a good chunk of Clark County. It catches southern Scott, far southern Jefferson and Indiana, and then all the way back off to the west. Much of our southwestern Indiana communities in the viewing areas. Flash flood warnings in effect, so watch out for areas of high water. Okay, of immediate concern, and right now the only show in town is that tornado warning, that supercell that continues to rotate and continues to push off towards the east. It is now here in northern portions, northwestern Meade County, getting ready to cross over the Ohio River on into southwestern sections of Harrison County. I think if you are in Crawford County, this storm is now off to your east, the worst of the storm. And you can see it right around the Battletown area. That's Meade County. Here's Dixie. This is portions of Harrison County right there. There's central. Corydon way up there, the most dangerous part of the storm, is very close to Lowdale and Battletown and even Cedar Flat. And this is moving steadily off to the east. So central, Dogwood, the Glytis area, these regions of southern Harrison County, please stay in your place of safety. The storm is still mean looking on radar and moving steadily off to the east.
And this will be going until 11:15. So we still have, gosh, maybe half an hour or so with this particular warning.
This is also going to put down a lot of water from I-64 and points off to the south because, man, you look at all those storms lined up the farther west you go. They're training over the same regions. There's going to be some localized flash flooding on this Sunday night as well.
Yeah, and it's awful just for the fact that it is along the I-64 corridor and pretty close to it. And so with everyone who's trying to get to where they need to go, overnight, tomorrow morning, and we don't want you traveling in this anyways. But, once these storms do calm down, the water is all going to start rushing in. And so, yeah, it's going to be tough. There's going to be roads that are closed. So that's something you need to think about for tomorrow morning, especially if you work really early. And, of course, it's dark out, and so it's tough to see any debris in the roadway. And, of course, if there is some water in the roadway, that's also really tough to see. So you've really got to keep your guard up wherever you're, traveling early tomorrow morning, because there was a lot of rain in these storms.
Okay, Mo, Eric, thanks so very much. Let's go ahead and pull out. Here we are getting a little bit closer to the 11 o'clock hour, 10:50 to be exact. Tracking severe weather, just joining us. Hope you had a great Father's Day. Severe weather has been really rumbling across a good chunk of the viewing area throughout the course of this Sunday evening, especially here in southern Indiana, now moving down to near the Ohio River, the metro. No warnings for the metro right now. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning. That storm has weakened. Good news, it is producing heavy rain, though, from downtown up to Charlestown in Indiana, up all of Oldham County, northeastern Jefferson County, on into Henry County, southern Trimble County. Heavy rainfall, thunder, lightning, some gusty winds in spots. Then back off to the west, we get into more severe weather where we have a tornado warning. That continues until 11:15, gang?
11:15.
11:15 EDT, and this is for a supercell that is pretty much right on top of the Ohio River and now into southwestern portions of Harrison County. There you go. You can see how this thing is wrapping back off to the south-southwest. Classic supercellular structure on this rotation right in this zone, moving off to the east. This has not produced a tornado in quite some time. It did off to the west of the viewing area, but it continues to rotate. And NWS watching this very closely, as are we. So please, if you are anywhere here in southern portions of Harrison County, stay in your tornado warning shelter area for a little while longer. You can see all the CGs with this, all the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes from near Corydon, but especially just south of you, Dixie down to Central, as well as the Dogwood area, Laconia, all that region, really seeing a vivid light show with those CGs. And again, there's the rotation right in this general area in between Battletown and Central, moving off to the east. Mo, could you give me a track on that, please? Moving easterly at speeds of around 25 miles per hour. And we're still looking, just before 11 o'clock. Valley City, 1057. And this would also include places like Dogwood. Yeah. So please stay in that place of safety. Again, as I've been talking about, I think the worst of this storm will pass south of Corydon. So if you're watching from Corydon, you still hear those sirens outside. The worst of this storm will be to your south.
Let's switch over to the storm analyzer. I want to show something going back in time, because here's what it looks like right now. I'm going to take you back about a half hour or so, and you can see it had more of that supercellular nature to it, but it looks like the storms behind it are starting to catch up to it and might be trying to rob some of the energy from that tornado cell. You can see how those storms really just to the west of that hook echo trying to come down are really racing and catching up to that tornado-warned cell as it moves out of Meade County back into Harrison County. So some of that energy on the back side of it might be trying to overtake that supercell and kind of rob some of the energy that's trying to get thrown up into that storm. So we'll see how some of those storms behind it maybe might overtake that one as we go forward.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. We're also going to watch that storm out around Rockport, because if that holds together, that's heading on into Breckinridge County. So that's going to move across southern Perry, and here's Breckinridge. It would likely impact northern Breckinridge County. So we'll watch it closely for you as we get after the 11 o'clock hour. All right, so a tornado warning continues here for sections of Harrison County. Guys, let's zoom in on this. Okay.
Do you want it on links 1?
No, actually, I want to stay right here.
Okay.
Let's stay right here. All right. That's looking very interesting here.
The latest scan, it did look like it's starting to wrap up a little bit more again.
Can you give me the CC? Okay. All right, then give me the velocity on this side.
Velocity.
Okay. There you go. All right. Let me see here. And Mo, if you would, or Eric, let's zoom in. Okay, let's see here. There we go. So it's right there. Okay. Not just yet, huh?
No, not quite.
Oh boy,
just yet.
it's trying to wrap up. Okay, go back to the other radar, guys, if you would, for me. There's
just in the last scan. Let me just show you. I'm going to go back just a couple of minutes. It was starting to fall apart, and then there it goes. There we go.
It wrapped up pretty good there. So we're going to watch this very, very closely for you. And again, there's the rotation right here in this general area. So we'll watch it close, folks. All right, tornado warning continues for southern portions of Harrison County until 11:15. Stay in your place of safety. Storm looks mean on radar. It's a nasty looking cell. It continues to rotate as it moves off to the east. You guys getting any reports from NWS on that?
Not on that. We're just getting some more reports out of Clark County of trees and power lines down from where we had that earlier strong wind gusts and possible little bit of a tornado up there near Charlestown.
Now, for those of you at home who are like, what about this warning back through here? This warning, this should be discontinued right now. The main cell is a little bit farther off to the east, the way it looks. There could be a little bit of subtle rotation just east of Alton, right there, but the better rotation is with that supercell right there. So
yeah, Crawford County is no longer included in the tornado warning.
Okay, I thought so. So I know it's on the screen, but the cell is well off to the east now. Southern Harrison County, tornado warning remains in effect for a nasty-looking cell on the radar scan. You can see this thing kind of wrapping up very close to Malkport, very close to the Ohio River, maybe just off to the north of there, in between Battletown, Malkport, as well as Central. That's ground zero right now for a potential tornado spin up. We got a lot of cloud to ground lightning strike out there, activity going on, and extremely heavy rainfall. So how about the velocity, guys? Yep, okay. We got the velocity right there. winds that are blowing
kind of
in this
sample those
direction versus winds in that direction. So there's the rotation. And now let's track it, Mo.
Okay.
Moving eastbound at speeds of around 25 miles per hour. And you can see some of the communities in the path of this.
Even outside, yeah, I took it outside of the warned area, but
right.
let's, I can't get, not giving me many towns, but they're there.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking places like Central, Laconia, New Boston, for example, maybe Elizabeth. And again, keep in mind, this isn't too far away now from southwestern Jefferson County. We've got to watch this very, very closely as it gets a little bit closer to the Ohio River, the Harrison-Jefferson County line. So we'll watch that closely for you. But still a nasty looking cell there on the radar. All right, let's pull back out and kind of reset here. A number of tornado warnings continue off to the west in southwestern Indiana. You can see another warning has just been extended now into southwestern Perry County. And that's getting close to, there's Breckenridge right there. That's Breckenridge right there. So we'll watch that storm very closely. So looks like 3 distinct supercells, all producing tornado warnings at this point in time. West of Louisville, kind of parallel to the Ohio River, if not just north of the Ohio River in southwestern Indiana. All the storms you see from Louisville up I-71 are not severe. They have weakened quite a bit over the past 30 minutes or so, producing heavy rainfall, gusty winds in spots, but they are not severe right now. No severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings around the metro. We do have the tornado warning that continues here in southern Harrison County for the next several minutes.
Yes, we're getting close to the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. So we still got about 15 minutes to go on that warning, as it is now pretty much in Harrison County. So Meade County, you're pretty much no longer under this warning. The main cell that we have to focus on is pretty much now all completely in southern Harrison County. Still got that good hook echo look to it on the radar. Still seeing a little bit of some stronger winds, but as we take a look at the CC, still not really seeing anything defined yet with that show any debris getting picked up or anything like that, that it would maybe be showing anything on the ground. So this is why it's still just a radar indicated tornado warning. Nothing has been confirmed with this cell just quite yet, but still definitely has a very nasty look to it, at least on the radar, and could be trying to maybe form into something. But for now, we still got 15 minutes to go on this warning as we are reaching the top of the hour here at 11 o'clock.
And I want to show you, if you can pull up links 1, and you pointed out just some weak rotation a little while ago that was just east of Alton, but now I want to show you what we're seeing. And that might be anomalous, but let me just pull up the reflectivity. Just watching in this spot right here, just west of Valley City. What do you think about that, Jay?
Yeah, it looks like it could be a fairly strong wind gust in that area. I don't see a lot of rotation there. Rotation would be just a little bit farther south. But yeah, no question, that's probably a strong wind gust in that part of the cell. But yeah, as you guys were putting on the correlation coefficient, I don't see any debris that's being lofted at this time. Well-defined hook echo. This is all rain that's wrapping around the rotation. It's a strong storm, no question. It's one that we have to watch very, very closely. Still, you know, there could be producing some pretty large hail in spots as well in southern Harrison County. And that's moving towards, you know, PRP, Valley Station, perhaps even Rubbertown. So anywhere out here in west and southwestern Jefferson County, don't put down your guard. And this will go down to the West Point area. So it's a West Point and points off to the north, the Jefferson County Memorial Forest, up through Valley Station and PRP. Don't put down your guard. This storm is immediately off to your west and still has a nasty appearance on the radar scan, a well-defined what we call supercellular storm, which is wrapped up right now. We don't have anything confirmed coming down to the ground, no confirmed tornado, but with the wind environment we have in the atmosphere, it wouldn't take much to spin something up. We've already seen that tonight, just off to the north of the metro, closer to Henryville, just east of Henryville, in sections of Clark County in Indiana.
Zooming out, we just got to keep our eyes on that one that's straight out west. If you're just joining us, we have the tornado watch was extended into parts of Breckenridge County, likely because of this storm right here. It's just now south of Santa Claus, west of Tell City, but it's going to be rolling through Tell City here in short order and heading towards the northern part of Breckenridge and then eventually Meade County. But at this point, it is not, that one is not in our viewing area. We are just seeing some rain in that northern part of Breckenridge County and just some heavy downpours at most, and no lightning, no storms over you. If you are in Irvington, now if you're in parts of northern Breckenridge County, Addison, Emmons, Manning Crossing, it just rained for you right now, but if this storm continues to hold together, we're going to need to get you into a safer place. They're going to end up having to extend that tornado warning. We haven't seen anything from the National Weather Service about that yet, but just be ready for it.
And we're just looking at this storm here in southern portions of Harrison County. Kind of looks like it's trying to turn right just a little bit, trying to turn more southeasterly. When that happens, the storm could be actually intensifying. The rotating part of the cell could be intensifying. So there's your hail swath.
Yeah.
Go back to that, Mo. You can see that clear as day. Boy, large hail in portions of Harrison County, and you can see the path of this. And indeed, look at the path of the hail, how it turned off to the southeast. So rotation might be increasing with this storm just a little bit.
Take a look at the rotation detector. Let me pull up. I'm gonna take off the lightning so we can see it a little better. Right underneath that line.
All right. Yeah, if you would, let's go.
They've just changed they've added a tornado warning.
Yeah, it is definitely turning off to the southeast. So you can see the tornado warning has now been extended to include the rest of southeastern Harrison County and now includes northern Meade. So there's Brandenburg, there's the Ohio River, and there is the Hook Echo. There's the storm. If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right on the tip of that hook that's kind of wrapping around the rain that's wrapping around the rotating part of the cell. So we'll have to watch anywhere in that zone. And there is your rotation right there. Green, blowing towards the bottom right-hand portion of your TV set. Red, the opposite direction. It's subtle, but it is definitely right there. And this is tracking off along the Ohio River to the east-southeast. Going to come close to Brandenburg, maybe pass immediately to your north, but man, it's close.
Still moving. Let's take a look. Do we know anything from the National Weather Service? Is it still around 25 miles per hour? Is it slowed down at all? Just want to take a look at that real quick.
Still 25 to the east.
Okay. But it's a little off to the southeast now. All right, well, we're just going to leave it there. Okay, so Marlboro, 1131. West Point, 1133. And everyone in between, get to your safe space.
Yeah,
Buena Vista might also be in it too.
I think anywhere from, the Ohio River, West Point, and points off to the north into southwestern Jefferson County, far western Bullitt County, we got to be on the lookout. As it stands right now, of immediate concern is southern Harrison County, far northern Meade County, to include you folks in Brandenburg. Tornado warning in effect right now. And again, this is to the south of Corydon, as I've been talking about for quite some time. It missed you in Corydon. It's going to stay south of you folks in New Middletown, all right? Central right now, likely seeing some pretty large hail, some very heavy rainfall, and that hail core extends off to the east. And this storm, this hail core, is heading towards you folks in Valley Station PRP. The Parkwood area going to get heavy rainfall. The rotating part, the potential tornado, will continue to track along the Ohio River or just close to that and north of it, heading towards West Point and just off to the north of there. So far southern Harrison County, far northern Meade County, on into extreme northern Hardin County, western Bullitt, and southwest Jefferson. That's what we have to watch for in the next few minutes.
That's right. Also off to the north, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses southern Crawford County and central Harrison County. That does include Corydon there. A lot going on now. Let's take a look at the velocity there. Let's see.
A little bit of rotation.
Yeah.
Not much, but a little bit. It's weak.
Yeah.
It's weak. It's showing up right here.
By Leavenworth, just north.
Very weak, but yeah, no doubt. Severe thunderstorm rolling through here with heavy rainfall. So,
how about some hail? We're starting to see a little bit more hail in these things, too.
Yeah. In the metro right now, it's still relatively quiet. I mean, we've had a lot of thunder and lightning. We have some heavy rainfall in spots. Mo, give me the reflectivity field, if you would, please. And Chuck, back to the metro. Okay, here we are. So we have heavy rainfall around a good chunk of Jefferson County, the northwestern one half of Jefferson County. As far as a severe standpoint is concerned, it's been relatively quiet to this point. Had some wind and we had heavy rainfall. But what we're watching is that supercell that's holding immediately off to the west-southwest of the metro. Now that supercell right there, that will pass south of downtown. That will likely pass south of the Waterson Expressway. If you reside in southwestern Jefferson County, south central Jefferson County, basically, let's call it in between, you know, the Waterson and the Snyder, you know, and points off to the south. Southern Jefferson County into Bullitt County. Get ready to go to your basement, especially here in southwestern Jefferson County. Just keep an eye on this storm. It is intense right now. It is wrapped up, and it is producing not only gusty winds, but it could produce a tornado at any time. It's also producing some large hail.
We're getting reports that there's sirens in PRP. So, yeah, you're probably going to start hearing those sirens just because they have the warning right across the river in that area. I would definitely, if you live in PRP, I know you're not in that warned box, but you're close enough, and there's some incredibly intense winds, heavy rains. I want you to be away from any windows. This is just a very dangerous storm, and the way it continues to cycle and wrap up, it looks like it's gotten stronger, you know.
Okay, let's go over to the analyzer, guys, up in the booth there. We've got a dual screen here. We've got the supercell right there. There's New Middletown, Corydon, a little bit farther off to the north. This is southern Harrison County. You got the Ohio River, of course, Brandenburg, Meade County. This is Hardin County. Then you get into western Bullitt and Jefferson County right there. There's the tornado warning. Okay, continues for the next several minutes. Strong supercell, which is wrapped up. There is some rotation with it, obviously. It looks like we have some hail also associated with this particular storm. It is moving steadily off to the east and also the southeast at speeds of around 25 miles an hour. As we look at the correlation coefficient, okay, this side, yeah, let's keep this here, Eric. On the left side, if you would, give me the velocity, the base velocity. Just want to see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I still don't see any debris being lofted at all. So good. That's good. That's good to know. Okay, we got a decent wind field out there. We've still got some rotation out there, but I don't see anything that screams a tornado is on the ground right now. Nonetheless, the most dangerous part of the storm is very close to Brandenburg, up to Laconia, and then off to the east from there. So this is tracking, as I mentioned earlier, close to the Ohio River and moving towards West Point. Okay, so anywhere in that zone, stay in your place of safety along the Ohio River in southern portions of Harrison County and far northern Meade County. And get ready if you're in southwest Jefferson County, far western Bullitt, and far northern Hardin as well.
Yeah, not looking as defined as it was earlier.
Right.
You know, it definitely still has a little bit of that downward shift, especially down towards the Brandenburg area, but not seeing quite the hook that we were a couple scans ago. I'll actually take this back in time so you can kind of see what we were talking about. Look how well it looked back there 10, 15 minutes ago with that nice little wrap up on the bottom. Now, as we put this into motion, it's really losing that, not looking quite as defined as it was. And so as you look on the velocities, not really seeing it much as well either.
Yep, I do see a little bit of rotation right here. So we'll watch it close, folks. It's a dangerous storm, no question about it. A severe thunderstorm, certainly capable of producing some gusty winds and even a tornado spin up. So we're going to watch it very closely as it continues to move its way southeasterly at speeds of around 25 miles per hour. Right now, on top of you folks in Brandenburg, up to near Laconia, and then off to the east, West Point, Muldrow, we'll have to watch that zone. It's that area of southern Harrison County, far northeastern sections of Meade County, close to the Ohio River. Ground zero right now for what could be a pretty dangerous storm, a potential tornado spin up. As a result, the tornado warning continues.
Yeah, and that goes until 11:30, so we still have about 17 minutes to go on this as it continues to track across the very southern portions of Harrison County and now starting to make its way back into Meade County there, right near the Brandenburg area. Basically straddling the Ohio River right now is where the worst of the cell is right now, as it's moving towards the West Point area and then eventually might miss Jefferson County, but could then push into portions of Bullitt County if it continues to track. As Jay was mentioning about 5 to 10 minutes ago, it definitely is taking a little bit more of a southeasterly component instead of that due east that it had a little bit earlier. So it is maybe trying to take a little bit of that right turn as we go forward. But at the moment, thankfully, we're not really seeing anything showing indications that it's really trying to spin and form a true tornado, but something we're still going to be watching very closely, as this has had that history of producing one well off to the west, but we haven't had any confirmed reports with this for quite some time, and hopefully that will continue as we move forward. But still, with that warning going for another 15+ minutes, we'll continue to be on air giving you the updates, and we'll have to watch some of this stuff off to the west, as it too is on the southern flank, and so still seeing that warm air where no rain has really fallen across that portion of Kentucky. So that continues to fuel more of these supercells developing on the bottom edge of this line of storms, even back off to the west that we'll have to watch, heading towards the Breckenridge Ridge and then back eventually into Meade if they can hold together.
Okay, Eric, Mo, thanks so very much. All right, let's kind of reset here. Here we are about 11:15. On this Sunday evening. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Hope you had a wonderful day. We're ending this Sunday on a very stormy note. Some of these storms strong to severe, capable of producing damaging winds, some hail, and even tornado spin-ups. I know, here we go again, right? Just a couple of days ago, we went through the same thing. All right, looking at the radar scan. Let's go over to Lynx 1, guys. And Mo, let's pull out here. I want to take a look at the entire viewing area, if you would, for me. All right, so let's start off. Let's put the reflectivity back on. There we go. Around the metro, locally heavy rainfall, certainly in between the Watterson and the Snyder. Very heavy rainfall continues up into Oldham County, Henry County, northern Shelby, kind of tapers off the farther east you go, weakens quite a bit as you get closer to, let's call it the capital city in Owen County, up to near Cincinnati. All right, west of Louisville, along the Ohio River, 64 and points southward, we still have a number of supercellular thunderstorms, storms that are rotating. And whenever you have a rotating thunderstorm, the chances for that storm to produce some type of severe weather, it goes up. That can be a damaging wind gust, hail, or tornado. Well, tonight, these individual supercellular thunderstorms, they are producing all of the above, actually. All right, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued downstream from the tornadic thunderstorm that was moving across southern portions of Harrison County. So perhaps National Weather Service is looking at this saying, all right, might be weakening somewhat. We're going to wait and see. I'm sure there's a tornado tag on this.
Yes, there is.
Okay, but a severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for southwestern portions of Jefferson County, to include Valley Station, okay, to include the Jefferson County Memorial Forest. It comes close to you folks in Fairdale, in Hollyville, down into the Stites area, for example, West Point, and then down into northern portions of Hardin County, and of course western Bullitt, and catches northern and northeastern Meade. All right, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The tornado warning continues as well for southeastern Harrison County and far north and northeastern Meade County, including you folks in Brandenburg. So if you're still in that tornado warning zone, you know what, just stay in your place of safety until this thing has passed on through or it has weakened altogether. And hopefully the weakening trend, and it does look a little weaker, hopefully that will continue.
And then we just have to watch back out towards Teller City, where we still have that tornado warning going. They have to see if that can hold together and make its way over into Breckenridge. So even if this goes away, we still have some more off to the west that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on as this continues to slowly make its way in across much of the Commonwealth as we move deeper into our Sunday night.
They're beginning to trim back the tornado warning, too, so that's good news.
Yeah.
In central, central in Harrison County, you're no longer underneath that tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's good. Brandenburg, though, you got to still stay put.
Yeah, 30 minutes ago, I was pretty worried about, you know, the western half of Jefferson County with this particular supercell. This thing has really taken a right turn. So the most dangerous part of this cell, if it continues on that track, is going to pass south of the metro now. It's going to pass into portions of northern Hardin County and here in western Bullitt County and stay down here in northeastern Meade. So you can still see this pendant on the southwestern flank. That implies rotation, at least in the mid-levels of the storm. So again, could still be looking at some hail in spots and some strong winds. So we'll continue to monitor that as it moves off to the east. Mo, if you would, if you can give me a track, let's do not a cone, so to speak. Let's do the line and start it from just east of Buena Vista and take it down. There you go. Perfect. Right there. And carry it off to the southeast. It's right there. That's good. There you go at 25.
It's moving about for the tornado or for the thunderstorm warning. They had said southeast at 35 miles per hour, so it's speeding up.
Okay.
So we can go
All right,
a little
let's go
bit.
and put a track on that. All right, so West Point, Muldra, 1127, 1128, communities around there. Also other areas it would you know, you're talking about potentially.
Well, Shepherdsville, Gap and Knob, Fox Chase. I mean, I still think that you're getting hit with this thunderstorm.
It could come close to Radcliffe as well. I think it'll pass pretty much to the north of you, but it could come close. So just know, you know, we'll watch this cell very closely. All right, let me see the rotation, if I could, please. The wind field, the velocity field on this. Yeah, it's still rotating, but it's broad right now. It really is. I don't see a tight tornadic circulation. Do you guys?
No, I'm going to go back a couple of scans just to kind of see how.
Yeah. And there was the rotation. You could see it. Go back again for me if you would, Mo. This was it right here. And it was moving. Now let's go forward and notice. Yeah, it's pretty broad right now. That's some good news. It's still a strong storm. It's still a severe storm.
And the thing is, it's nearly on top of the radar, so
yes,
we're getting some very good scans of just how strong and kind of the rotation of what it's doing, because it's maybe only 5-10 miles from the actual radar.
Yeah, we're getting a great sampling right now, so. Okay, all right, so we have other warnings. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is very close to Corydon and off towards the west. Catches southern Crawford County, southwestern Harrison County. Tornado, or I should say severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning. We do have a tornado warning that's out near Tell City and Cannleton, though, along the Ohio River. Boy, and that's catches southwestern Perry County. So we'll watch that storm closely because this guy will continue to move off in an east-southeasterly direction and likely impact Breckenridge and portions of Meade a little farther down the road. So as it stands right now, the tornado warning continues for southeastern Harrison, northern portions of Meade, and far northwestern Hardin County for the next several minutes. But looking at that storm, it doesn't look like it's producing much of a tornado threat right now. Certainly heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some hail, but we'll continue to monitor it. I mean, things can change in a hurry.
They're thinking it's maybe transitioning to kind of, like you said, wind and downburst kind of potential, not really seeing quite the rotation as much either.
Okay, very good to see. All right. Other heavy rainfall is occurring right now along the Snyder in Jefferson County. It extends up into Oldham County as well. Right now, Mo's got the rainfall rate on, and you can see what I'm talking about. Boy, you go up to the northeast, is really raining hard in spots, close to Crestwood, close to places like Ballardsville, and you get over towards Chestnut Grove, Eminence, close to Newcastle. Man, it is coming down. You're talking rainfall rates, 6-7 inches per hour, especially just east-northeast of Jefferson County here. Around the metro, not a lot of, nasty weather ongoing at this time. Some rain showers, a little bit of lightning and thunder, but not much happening around the metro. Now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that catches far southwestern Jefferson County, including the Memorial Forest, but and that's for that supercell. So
take a look at all of the rain that has fallen. We do have quite a few flash flood warnings as well, so be aware of that. You don't want to be driving through any of these areas. Look at all of these flash flood warnings. Washington, Orange County underneath that, parts of Scott County and Clark County, and you've seen a lot of rain with these storms. Just taking a look at some of the rainfall in Washington County, almost 5 inches of rain, and these are 3-hour rain totals, you guys. Almost 3 inches north of Charlestown. We're seeing some of that heavier rain put down almost 2 inches, and this is just from the storm that just rolled through Oldham County. And then over along just south of I-64, let me take you further south. We're seeing almost 3 1/3 inches of rain there over in southern Crawford County, 2.5 inches of rain in central Harrison County. So yeah, this is, we're likely going to be seeing a lot of ponding on the roadways. I want you to be very careful if you do need to travel. I know that much of the storm activity, just zooming out and showing you, is more along 64 and south, but still, you do not want to be out driving in any of these areas where you've got green flashing boxes, just because you can easily hydroplane, you can get stuck. We've had water rescues just a few days ago when we had a bunch of flash flooding, so we don't want that to be you here tonight or early tomorrow morning.
Hey, let's take a live look outside right now. Josh, up in the booth there, let's go ahead and take a look at the tower cam. Let's look at the Sheraton cam, if you can. There you go. From the Sheraton, and Jeff looking back off to the south. Over the Ohio River, downtown Louisville, the Clark Memorial Bridge all lit up, and there are occasional lightning strikes in the background there. From that supercell, actually, that is just west-southwest of the metro, so still a fairly energetic storm, producing lots of CGs, cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, close to the Memorial Forest and down into far western and northwestern Bullitt County. Things are fairly quiet in the downtown region with light to at times moderate rainfall, but certainly around the 90% of the metro, no severe weather ongoing. Let's go back to the radar now, and let's pull out here just a little bit. Mo, can you also give me, let's take the warnings off, and what I'd like to do is take a look at a time lapse over the past hour, 2 hours. And if you can, let's go a little bit wider, because what I'm looking for here is the threat pretty much bypassing the metro now. We have the outflow boundary, which is down here now, so that's where you got heavy rainfall. You do have a couple of supercells out here, but chances are these supercells will start moving southeasterly towards the warm, moist air, the more unstable air. So there's at least, I'm going to watch it close, but there's at least a chance that the metro might be getting out of this relatively soon, actually. And the shift, the more, threat for severe weather going forward the next couple 3 hours, maybe a little bit farther south and southwest. So we'll have to watch this part of the viewing area here over the next 1 to 2 hours. So let's not put down our guard just yet in the metro, but it's kind of looking like that to me. Yeah.
So it's looking more and more likely that once we hit the bottom of the hour here in the next 3 to 4 minutes, that tornado warning will likely be able to expire, and they'll just continue the severe thunderstorm warning with the Tor Pos tag with it as it moves out of Harrison County, gets ready to move into that very sliver of Hardin County, and then makes its way into Bullitt County as it crosses back over the river one more time.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, Shively, Louisville, downtown Louisville, Fern Creek, Glen Mary, J-Town, up to Linden, Glen Oaks, Prospect right now, just light rain. The bigger threat for severe weather is farther off to the west and southwest. We're going to watch things for the next half hour, just to make sure none of that pushes back towards the metro, but there's a real chance that the metro may be coming out of the worst threat anyway for tonight's severe weather. We still have the threat alive and well immediately off to the south of downtown Louisville. It does catch far southwestern Jefferson County, just south of Valley Station. Got heavy rainfall, lots of thunder and lightning, and this is going to be moving across a good chunk of Bullitt County and northern Hardin County right here. There's the tornado warning that continues for the next 2 minutes.
They've actually let it expire, so they've dropped that.
Okay.
But they are going to upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning to consider it, thinking it could have 70-mile-an-hour winds where that pitch was. So they are thinking there's still probably some really gusty winds, but not seeing quite the rotation we were quite a bit ago. So they're allowing that tornado warning to now drop.
Gotcha, gotcha. So we're going to go from a tornado warning to a considerable, what we call severe thunderstorm warning, for the potential for wind gusts that could be 70 miles an hour or a little bit higher. And this would catch far southwestern Jefferson County, Bullitt County, and northern Hardin County for the next several minutes. And if you're in those areas, be on the lookout. A strong storm moving in your direction with the potential for some damaging winds and even some hail as well. Okay, let's pull out. Let's take a look and see what's happening a little bit farther off to the west. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning here.
That one has actually been expired too.
This is expired right here. Okay, good news. So we have the tornado warning out near Tell City. We'll watch that supercell. That is actually moving off in an east-southeasterly direction. We'll have to watch the remainder of southern Perry, but especially Breckenridge County here over the next 15, 20 minutes or so.
So, yeah, the good news is also those tornado warnings farther off to the west have been expired. So the only active tornado warning we have is for that one over Teller City.
Tell City?
Tell City.
Right.
And even that looks to kind of maybe be losing a little bit of it, but still has a little bit of a notch on the southern side. So we'll continue to watch that very closely there, and kind of, again, straddling the Ohio River there in Hancock County. Could be trying to move into southern portions of Perry County and then make their way into Breckenridge County. So we'll have to keep an eye on that still. That tornado warning goes until 11:45. So we got about 15 minutes still to go on that warning.
Yeah, this is still rotating decently. Actually, the rotation is right on the southern flank of this Tor warn too, on you know, the southern polygonal part. So if a new one is issued, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see it a little farther south-southeast. But we'll have to watch for that tornado warning on into sections of Breckenridge County if it is issued, to include places like Stevensport, Cloverport. Let me see. It could come close to Hardinsburg. We'll watch for that very, very closely. All right, there you go. So the tornado warning that was in effect for Harrison County and Meade County, as Eric talked about, has expired. And now we have the severe thunderstorm warning in its place. For the potential for winds that could be upwards of 70 miles an hour, at least in a few spots, far southwestern Jefferson County, Bullitt County, and northern sections of Hardin County, and that catches northeastern Meade as well. And we have the tornado warning that's out closer to Tell City, Hancock County, catches southwestern Perry County. We'll watch that very closely. If that storm maintains its intensity, and a new warning is, excuse me, a new warning is issued downstream, it would carry it into Breckenridge County. So we're going to watch that real close.
And then they did issue a new one for that cell, again, farther west out towards Boonville, just kind of to the north and east of Evansville. So that, too, is another one we'll have to watch. But that one doesn't look to be quite as defined as the one a little farther to the east. I think that one continues to be the one only major cell that we still have to keep kind of a close eye on, as maybe a new warning, as you were mentioning, could be issued for Hancock and then Breckinridge County if they do a new warning.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. All right. So at this time, we have flash flood warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. It does catch far southwestern Jefferson County. The rest of Jefferson County, some showers, a little bit of thunder and lightning out there, but certainly nothing severe. And once this storm pushes off to the south of Jefferson County altogether, I think the threat for severe weather here in the metro is waning. I think that threat is starting to go downhill. So some good news. The main threat is going to be shifting farther south and southwest for the next couple of hours. Now, tornado watch continues. Guys, it goes until 2 a.m.?
2 a.m., but they are starting to trim some of that on the northern side of it, so it does look like we're beginning to kind of, especially across a large portion of southern Indiana, although they still have that up, they are slowly beginning to kind of trim that away, as it looks like the threat is now pushing south of the Ohio River and making its way into the Commonwealth. But we still do have that tornado watch for those areas in the pink. That goes for at least another 2.5 hours until 2 a.m. in the morning. So we'll have to continue to watch this closely, as now most of the storms are pushing into Kentucky and out of southern Indiana. They will more than likely continue to trim those tornado watches off to the north.
All right, Eric, thanks so very much. So you're looking at a wide view now of the WLKY viewing area. Showers and thunderstorms continue. Some of these storms still pretty intense. Southwest of downtown Louisville, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. A couple of tornado warnings just outside the WLKY viewing area. These storms are moving east and sinking south, producing locally heavy rainfall and also some gusty winds. The good news, even though we did get a confirmed tornado in sections of Clark County, for the most part, we've had a little bit of tree damage, power line damage, is that right?
Yeah, tree and power line damage in northern Clark County. And then we did just get a report of that cell off to the west of a 51-mile-an-hour wind report in Hancock County from that.
Gotcha, from that cell right there. Okay, gotcha. So we still have a number of warnings, a number of storms we're tracking in the WLKY viewing area. We just have the one severe thunderstorm warning, goes for the next several minutes. But Norman, things are quieting down just a little bit now as far as the tornado threat is concerned, at least in our viewing area. We'll continue to monitor these cells that are producing tornado warnings immediately west and southwest of the viewing area, because they are slipping in our direction. And you know, a confirmed touchdown, Norman, up around Henryville about an hour and a half ago or so. Some tree damage, some power line damage, but from what we've heard, no injuries and certainly no fatalities. So some good news on this Father's Day night. Norman, let's send it over to you.
Right now on WLKY, this is breaking news.
Meteorologist Jay Cardosi, Eric Zernick, Mo Rose, thank you all very much. It's been a night of storms across the area with several tornado warnings. Here's video of a possible tornado in Princeton tonight, but that threat is not over yet. Our radar is showing where the storms and the warnings are now. We've been getting photos and video of the storms tonight. We'll show you a few of them. Look at these dark storm clouds in Salem early tonight. You can see lightning, tornado sirens you can hear out there as well. Here are photos from Princeton, thick cloud cover. There was a tornado warning here earlier tonight. A possible tornado was sighted there. If you don't have it already, download our app. It is free. You can get severe weather alerts for your neighborhood, right down to where you live. It's a great way to stay informed, especially overnight tonight. Weather aside, it was a...
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
Okay, gang, we still have tornado watches in effect until 2 a.m. from near Louisville and points off to the south. You go farther south down near the parkways, we do not have a watch. To the north of the metro, a lot of this is now being chiseled away. I think the threat for severe weather is winding down in our northern communities. Matter of fact, even in the metro, things are actually starting to wind down as far as that severe threat is concerned. Let's take a look at the radar. Let's paint on some of the storms and the rainfall that is out there at this time. Heavy rainfall, Shelby County, out through near the capital city, arcing back into sections of Bullitt County, northern portions of Hardin County. This at one time was a supercellular thunderstorm, was producing tornado warnings all the way out from Illinois and across southern Indiana. It has weakened quite a bit. We have more big-time storms out 64 and south of there, especially as you get on into places like let's call it Perry County, Spencer County, Warwick County. This storm in particular right here, which is west of the viewing area, is producing a tornado on the ground at this time. So we'll continue to monitor that supercell as it works off to the east and also the southeast. What about the warnings now? We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there. Did the warning expire, guys? There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Bullitt County and far northeastern Hardin County for the next several minutes. Could be winds upwards of 60 miles an hour in scattered locations moving across portions of Bullitt County to the south of the metro. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's also in effect for portions of Breckenridge County, northwestern Breckenridge County, for the possibility of some strong winds. So as we kind of zoom in here just a little bit, Mo's going to track this storm for us as it moves off in an east and southeasterly motion at about 25, 30. After midnight, Costas Creek around 12:13, and the Samuels area, that would be in portions of Nelson County, closer to 12:15. Might start to see some heavy winds and heavy rainfall in those regions. All right, Mo, let's go back off to the west now, and let's track this cell as it's moving through northern Breckenridge County and kind of slipping its way off to the east-southeast. This is also a supercell. You can see that rain kind of hanging back on the southwestern flank of that storm. It's rotating. We'll watch it closely. Not producing anything tornadic at this time, but it's still a mean storm. Lots of lightning, thunder, potentially some hail. Boodleyville right around 12:12. We'll watch for that. Could come close to you folks in Hardinsburg as well inside the next 15 to 30 minutes. A little farther off to the west, that's the storm that is producing a tornado. That tornado was actually confirmed on the ground not too long ago. It is west of the viewing area. We will continue to monitor it as it gets a little bit closer to the WLKY viewing area. Finally, Mo, let's pull back out the viewing area. Let's put on our flash flood warnings because this storm activity has put down lots of heavy rainfall. You can see everybody to the west and north of the metro pretty much underneath flash flood warnings, even though a lot of the rain has ended in these locations. Watch out for high water. It's nighttime. You come across a flooded roadway, please don't cross it. Find a different route. You just don't know how deep that water is or how fast it is moving. Flash flood warnings in effect north and west of Louisville for the next several hours. So once again, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to the south and southwest of town. I think we are coming out of the severe weather threat here in the Louisville area. Going forward, the next couple 3 hours, the primary threat will be south and southwest of the metro as this heavy thunderstorm activity here, this cluster continues to push east but sink southward as well. So things will be improving as the nighttime hours wear on. We'll hold on to scattered showers and storms for the rest of the overnight on into tomorrow morning with more impact weather, and then we'll see slow improvements after that. So again, Norman, the way things are looking at this time, the metro pretty much out of the woods. The rainfall, the showers, the rumbles of thunder will continue for a while longer, but the greater severe weather threat is pushing off to the south-southwest. We'll watch things very closely, and of course we'll have more updates going forward the rest of the overnight hours, not only with Mo and Eric, but Matt and Suzanne will also be coming in and joining us a little bit later on your Monday morning. Nora, let's send it back to you.
The city's going to be celebrating that championship for a while and following those guys
Of course.
in their next steps.
So cool.
Of course, and with them going to the league, I mean, they had to with those performances.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Jay, you've been tracking a lot of severe weather for us tonight. What are we looking at right now?
Bo, Eric, myself, and then we have Matt and Suzanne coming in a little bit in a couple hours. You know, weather-wise, scattered storms will continue overnight into the morning, guys, and then we'll quiet things down for a couple of days. The crazy weather pattern resumes, though, Thursday, Friday into the next weekend with 80s, but showers and storms. It just looks active going forward the next 5 to 7 days. More active weather next couple of hours. I think the main threat for severe weather is now settling southwest of Louisville.
All right, thank you so much, Shay. Make sure you have our app if you can get some of these alerts, but he'll keep tracking this for you tonight. Have a good one.
Entrepreneurship runs deep in our family.
Moving east.
Good evening, meteorologist Eric Zernick here breaking in as we got a new tornado warning for this cell moving out of portions of Hancock County, getting ready to move into Breckenridge County. This goes until 1:30 for this potential supercell that has had a tornado warning with it for quite some time. Good news is not having any reports of it actually on the ground, but it is showing enough kind of rotation. You can see there right near Tell City and Charlottetown that the possibility of some rotation is trying to develop, and that'll be moving into portions of Breckenridge County if it can hold together. So that's why we're breaking back on air to give you an update on this cell. Some of the towns in between would be Hardinsburg around 1:20 in the morning. So if you do live mainly in the northern portions of Breckenridge County, now would be a good time to start heading to your safe location for this cell that'll be, if it holds together, moving into your area here very shortly as we move deeper and deeper into this Sunday night and now early Monday morning. There you can see there's Hardinsburg. So you still have a good half hour or so. So definitely have some lead time with this. Your phone's probably starting to go off now. Now's the time to start heading to that safe location just in case a tornado would form with this cell. But again, right now this is just radar indicated. Tornado warning is what we're tracking here. Mo's putting on that out, kind of adding a few more towns to us to kind of see when this might be moving into your location. But there's our tight little couplet of possible area of rotation just to the south and east of Tell City. This has had also been producing some hail at the time, so we'll be watching that as it works off. Again, Hardinsburg continues to be the real only main town that was showing up on this, now closer to about 1:16. So still have a good 20 minutes or so until it would be moving in your area if it can hold together. But we are breaking back in because of this new tornado warning that has been issued for an area moving out of Hancock County and getting ready to move into portions of Breckenridge County. So we'll continue to watch this with you. There you can see showing anywhere from about a ½ inch, maybe up to an inch size hail with this supercell system that is now pushing down into the region here as we move deeper into the night. So this is why we're on air. You can see a good bit of lightning with this cell as well as it is making its way off to the east, along with a lot of heavy rain just to the north of the river. As you get over into portions of Perry County, you can see the rain really coming down there as it is moving off to the east. Let's zoom out, Mo, and kind of give people the big picture, kind of showing what else we got going on at this hour. So here are the current warnings and radar. You can see here in much of Jefferson County, the rain coming to an end. Rain moving into Spencer and now into much of Nelson County, where we do have a warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Meade, getting ready to move into Hardin County. These end in about 5 minutes or so at 1 o'clock, but it's this tornado warning that has now brought us back on air that goes until 1:30 for that supercell that is making its way just to the east of Tell City, basically right along the Ohio River, getting ready to move out of Hancock County and then pushing into Breckenridge County. So that is what we're looking at. Not looking as good as it did just a few scans ago. So maybe it's starting to try and weaken again, but you can see still showing some pretty good winds with this, especially on the north side of the river. But where we're seeing winds 65 miles an hour, looks like it's trying to maybe develop in that location enough to at least put out this new tornado warning that goes for at least another 40 minutes or so until 1:30 as it continues to track off to the east and begins to enter our WLKY viewing area of Breckenridge County. So that is what we're going to be tracking with you. You can see over the last half hour or so as Mo puts this into motion, how it's kind of been cycling, but you can see with some of the latest runs, those winds have come down a little bit, not seeing quite the tight ball, but whenever you get the reds and greens together, that shows the possibility of some of that rotation. So still take this seriously, start heading to your safe location if you live in the Breckenridge County. It is mainly for this supercell that we've been watching, and that's what we've been having most of this evening, is these tight little supercells developing on the southern flank of this line, getting that wind energy from our low-level jet wrapping into this cell. So again, she continues to put this on. Good news is, doesn't seem to be many towns in the path of this storm. The only one we got really is Hardinsburg, expected to get there between about 1:15 and 1:20 if this cell continues to move off to the southeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So there we can go. We've put in a few more towns, kind of really pinpointed a little bit better for you. So you can see as you go into Laurel about 102, and then as you get towards Mystic about 115, and then as you move further and further out, you got Webster at 125. So those are the towns. If you see them popping up, those are the ones you need to start heading to your safe locations for this potential tornado that could be moving to the south and east and making its way into Breckenridge County. It has been a pretty active night. We've had basically tornado warnings ongoing since a little after 8 p.m. this evening. So we've had about 5 hours of these supercells kind of working through the area. We've had one radar-confirmed tornado in northern Clark County. Outside of that, we've had some isolated tree and power line damage, mainly across southern Indiana, as those storms rolled through the area. Thankfully, most of it did weaken as it moved south of the river and into the metro. We still got plenty of heavy rain and at times some gusty winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. But it does look like here in the metro, things are continuing to quiet down. But we're on air for this cell moving out of Hancock County and getting ready to move into Breckenridge County. You can see again, starting to show a little bit of maybe a backward sea dog leg, so maybe trying to weaken a little bit, but we're still seeing a little bit of the reds and greens together. That shows some of that rotation maybe trying to develop there still, which has led to this tornado warning being issued. You can see most showing winds of about 50 miles an hour moving away from the radar, and then we got 31 coming in or coming down to the south and east. So we'll just continue to watch. That's our main cell. Still not looking overly too defined with this as it breaks its its way down into Breckenridge County here very shortly, and it is continuing to show that possibility for at least some small up to quarter-size hail with this, as it is got a good little updraft with it, enough to produce some of that hail as we move deeper into this night. So this is the main reason why we've gone back on air here for this tornado warning that goes until 1:30. So you can see we're getting close to the top of the hour here at 1 o'clock. This will go for about another half hour or so. So let's zoom out, Mo, and kind of give people the big picture look of what we got going on. All these off to the north, those are your flash flood warnings. Blinken, where they received anywhere from 2 to 3, maybe even up over 3 inches in some locations. Those go for another hour or so until about 2 o'clock. The rain for most of these areas has been done for the last several hours, so it is starting to come down a little bit, but you can see that heavy band of rain that moved through portions of Orange, Washington, and then eventually a good portion of Clark County, with some spots maybe getting even up to 4 inches of rain there in southern Washington County. And then we've had this other strip that is moving to the south and getting ready to move into portions of southern Hancock County or Harrison County at 2.5. And then as we get south of the metro and start to make our way into portions of Bullitt County, maybe getting up to about 2 inches there, along with in Meade County, almost up to 2 inches. Oldham County also was kind of the big winner in the metro. Anywhere from 1 to 2 inches fell there. And you can see on the northern side of Clark County about 3 inches of rain. So flooding had been a concern up there. The good news is the rain has been coming down, so that is weakening. We have these 2 warnings. Those are expected to expire here at 1 o'clock. We'll see if those pop off here in the next 15 seconds or so as we head the 1 o'clock hour. Things definitely beginning to weaken as we now move into the far northeastern portion of Nelson County. Still got some decent rains out towards the Bloomfield area. Bardstown maybe getting a little bit of some rain and some gusty winds. Radcliffe, you're maybe getting some pretty heavy rains at this hour. But again, I think as far as the warnings are concerned, as far as the wind concerned with those are going to be dying out. So hopefully these warnings will be able to drop here very shortly and we'll be able to get rid of those. But still some pretty impressive rainfall amounts coming down with these cells. There we go. That's the good news. Those warnings that I was mentioning have been allowed to expire. So the good news is we're no longer dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings. All we got left is this tornado warning for the cell moving out of Hancock County and pushing into portions of Breckenridge County. Not looking as defined as it was earlier, so it does look like this is continuing to maybe come down in intensity, but enough that we're still watching it because there could be a little bit of a notch there that could be trying to spin up. So again, if it continues to track off to the south and east at its 30 to 35 miles per hour, still looking like it's going to get to Hardinsburg about that 1:20 time frame. So you have about 20 minutes to start heading to your safe location and getting ready for it. Either way, even if it doesn't produce the tornado, you're still likely going to see some pretty intense rainfall moving into this portion of Breckenridge County, along with some gusty winds, 40, maybe even up to 50 miles per hour. So definitely a pretty nasty cell that is moving into the Breckenridge area, which has gone ahead and prompted this tornado warning. So we'll be watching this as we go forward, but as we zoom out again and can kind of see what we're looking at, the winds aren't looking as well as they were earlier, are they, Mo? What are you kind of seeing with this cell?
No, I think you're right. Just in the last couple of scans, let's just take it back about 15 minutes before it started to cross into our viewing area, and you can see that, yeah, that area and the that pink, that really light pink shade, yes. So that's just indicating where we have those higher winds, and we were sampling those, and they were over 50 miles per hour. Now, as just in the last more recent scans, that has disappeared, and that is what I like to see. We want to see this thing weaken before it gets you know, into any of the towns here. At this point, it's going into a not so populated area, but as it's crossing the river, but you get a little closer to Hardinsburg, Irvington, that's where you have to be on the lookout. So I'm trying to get just kind of a real-time look right now, and at this point, sampling those winds, it has come down quite a bit. We were seeing 50, 52, 53. Now it's 28, 45. So hopefully we can continue to watch that weekend. It's also going into an area that has just seen a couple of storms. So I think that that's some good news. The atmosphere has been worked over quite a bit. So I'm hoping that's what's happening. It's, you know, it's searching for that unstable air, and it's not finding it, and so it's weakening.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. As we're moving deeper into the night, also the temperatures are starting to come down. We're now only into the mid-70s. It's no longer those 80s that we had earlier in the day, so it's not having quite the energy. Still has a lot of wind energy coming in with our low-level jet to keep these storms at least going, but at least the temperatures aren't as high as they were earlier to continue to fuel these, and so they're kind of having a little bit more trouble as we move deeper into the night to continue to sustain themselves. They try and fire up, but as soon as they do kind of bulk up, they quickly come down, and that's what we're seeing with this really coming down here within the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. So that is some good news there. But again, the reason we're on air is for this new tornado warning that has been issued for portions of Breckinridge County that goes until 1:30. So if you live in Breckinridge County, now's the time to start heading to your safe location. That means either the basement or the interiormost building or room of your building. That's usually a closet or a bathroom. Try and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, so in case we do get some gusty winds with this that try to cause some debris to go flying, you have many walls to kind of break that debris before it gets to you. But this is the one show we got in town. It's this tornado warning that we're going to be watching, but you can see some pretty heavy rain already beginning to now move into the northern portions of Breckinridge County. Right near the Cloverport area looks to be where we're seeing some of that, right around Highway 60. Lots of thunder and lightning. It's been a very active show here this evening. We've had plenty of lightning even here in the metro. And this storm still putting out a lot of lightning with it. So still a pretty active cell, but definitely not looking nearly as strong as it did when that warning was issued about 10 minutes ago, just before the 1 o'clock hour. So hopefully this trend continues, but we're continuing to put some storm motion on this and kind of show what towns are in the path of this. I think along this, we're definitely going to have the possibility of still seeing some of those very gusty winds, maybe pushing 50 to 60 miles per hour. So Big Spring, about 1:33 in the morning is when this storm, if it holds together, would be pushing off into your area, but definitely looking a whole lot better. So Mo, let's kind of zoom out and give everyone the big picture look of what's going on in the metro and in and around the area, because the good news is here across much of Louisville, things are really beginning to quiet down. We're not really seeing a whole lot of rain. Still could get some scattered showers to kind of roll through the area as we go into this evening. Looks like they did put out a new warning here as it now makes its way out of Nelson County. It looks like it clips the northern portion of Washington County for that cell there. That's producing some fair bit of lightning. And again, it's also got a little bit of a hook trying to develop with that. So that's probably what made them want to put that on. You can see maybe some gusty winds getting into that 50 to 60 mile an hour range here. We're going to input it. There you go, about 50 miles per hour. Around the Bush Grove area, that's where you're probably getting some pretty heavy rain. Bloomfield, you're probably still getting some of that heavy rain at the moment too. This is moving off to the east, and it does continue to kind of push off to the east pretty quickly at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So we'll still continue to watch this cell pretty closely. Again, this is northern portions of Washington County here as we get over towards the Bush Grove area and continues to make its way out towards Duncan and areas like that just to the south of, is that Franklin County? In Anderson County. That's what we're looking at in this location here. So we got that little cell that's continuing to hold together. This has been severe thunderstorm warned for quite some time, even as it was back in the Hardin, Nelson, Bullitt County, and even across the river in the Harrison County. This, I think, even had a tornado warning at one time on it. So this has been a pretty good cell as it is now continuing to push its way off to the east. You can see Harrodsburg around 1:35 is when this cell would be pushing into your area. But otherwise, it's continuing to make its way off to the east, and pretty soon, hopefully, we'll be getting out of our viewing area here as the night progresses. So we'll continue to watch that pretty closely as we go through the rest of this evening. Let's head back to the tornado warning, Mo, and kind of see what's the latest with that as we now get a few more scans on that. Got a decent kind of thunderstorm there, but that's not looking as bad. This really is looking a lot weaker. Don't you agree, Mo?
Yeah, I love that we're not seeing those higher winds. There are just, you know, a little pop of pink there, but yeah, things have really calmed down quite a bit just in the last few scans. Still trying to check on the chat and see if they're gonna try and let it continue downstream. A lot of lightning though, but at this point they're not really saying anything.
Yeah, I think they'll probably give this still at least another 5-10 minutes, give it a few more scans, make sure that weakening trend is continuing. But I definitely believe this is kind of falling apart a little bit as it runs into an area that's been worked over a little bit as we move into this evening. So again, just to the north and east of the Cloverport area where we're seeing probably the strongest rain and some of the gustier winds with some of that thunder and lightning as it is now pretty much moving into the northern portions of Breckenridge County with this cell as it is continuing to make its way off to the east. So Irvington, you're going to be kind of next in line of getting some pretty heavy rain here pretty shortly, maybe even some gustier winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour as this little leading edge of the storm moves into your area pretty quickly, and then maybe getting ready to continue to move into Meade County, southern portions of Meade County that haven't had a whole lot just quite yet. This cell is going to be working into your location, so do expect some pretty heavy rain and gusty winds to be moving in. Looks like they've kind of trimmed that warning a little bit, Mo. Is that true? As they're kind of tightening it up and have cut off a little bit of the backside. So they're watching
now that the area that storm is pushed forward a little bit, so Tell City, you're almost out of the woods there. But yes, so that from across the river, they have trimmed the back edge of it. But we are still watching, you know, Irvington, even Hardinsburg, even though it does look like you are going to be getting missed, you could still get some really high wind gusts as the outflow from that pushes out.
So thank you, Mo. Yeah, that is a good point to point out that yes, Hardinsburg, you're in the box for the moment. But this has a pretty easterly motion to it, and so it might stay north of you as it continues to work off to the east as we go into this evening. So Cloverport, we'll be watching for some of that heavier rain moving through along with some gustier winds pushing into your area. This is basically right along Highway 60 that extends from Cloverport down to Hardinsburg is where kind of the worst of this is going. Let's take a look again, tracking this out to the east, showing some of the cities that could be in the way of this. And it continues to be kind of the ones that we've been talking about, that Irvington, it's going to be moving into your area pretty quickly. Hardinsburg about 126, and then Big Springs as we get to about the 135 time frame. So just kind of keep that in mind as this continues to work off. Looks like they're continuing to trim it back off to the west. So that is some good news as it does look like this thing is starting to come down. So they're definitely trimming off the western portion of it and basically now have it just in the Breckenridge County area is the only one under this tornado warning. So again, just to be safe, if you live in Breckenridge County and are within this warning, now is the good time to start heading to your safe location. That's either the basement or an inner room of your house. That's a bathroom or a closet inside. Try and put as many walls between you and ahead of you. But as of now, the storm's not looking quite as impressive as it did that prompted that warning about 20 minutes ago when we first jumped on air when this was issued. As we take a look at the winds, you can see not looking nearly as strong, very broad, more or less just kind of some straight line winds is all we're looking at with this cell. And those have even come down. We're seeing those up to over 50 miles an hour earlier, now down to just 30 as far as what we're looking at with this. So still has a little bit of that supercell kind of notch look to it, which is why we're continuing with this tornado warning. And it also is producing some hail in that ½ inch to an inch size in diameter. So that's getting close to severe limits. So that's another reason why they maybe still have this warning going a little bit further, but things definitely trending in the right direction, I would believe, as far as this warning is concerned. So this again continues for at least another 20 minutes until 1:30 is what it officially goes to. So we'll continue to watch that. As we move up into Meade County, you can see some pretty heavy rain still moving into the Brandenburg area. So you're still seeing some of that after getting some of that heavier rain moving through. We're getting some pretty impressive rainfall rates there. Over 6 inches an hour, and then some lighter rains as you move up in the Meade and portions of Harrison County. This cell just to the northeast of Radcliffe also producing some pretty intense downpours, maybe in that 6.5 inch rain an hour if it would continue for that long, but that's a pretty hefty downpour. And then this one that is moving out of portions of Nelson County and getting ready to move into northern Washington County, Anderson County, and maybe even clipping just to the south of Spencer County. You can see some pretty heavy heavy rain near the Bush Grove area, along with some gustier winds, which is why we have that severe thunderstorm warning issued. And that continues to be pushing off to the east out towards the Duncan area. So we'll kind of time this out for you and track it as it pushes off to the east at 25 to 35 miles per hour. So some of the cities in line of this cell as it continues to push off to the east. Again, Duncan is going to be one of the main ones that we're watching for as it kind of moves through. But we got this severe thunderstorm warning, and then we have the tornado warning. But again, the most of the rain is now making its way south of the metro and getting closer and closer to the parkways. You can see Bardstown getting a little bit of a break, but I would expect some more rain to be pushing into your area here very shortly. Bloomfield, Wakefield still seeing some decent rains with this, but that main cell is pushing off, so the rainfall rates should be coming down pretty shortly for you out towards Bloomfield and Wakefield as this cell continues to kind of be working off to the east, and hopefully we'll be pushing out of our viewing area here very quickly. But the worst of it looks like it's now moving into the far northern portions of Washington County there. Not seeing quite as much lightning with that cell compared to the one off to the west, so that is some good news, but probably still getting some pretty decent rumbles of thunder with that. So Hardinsburg, you can see that's going to get to you about 140 if this continues to kind of work its way off to the south-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. But that's just kind of a good little thunderstorm here as we go into this evening with maybe some gustier winds. You can see not really seeing intense winds with this. Mo's going to put it on there. You can see about 37 miles an hour. So that is below the severe levels, but still gusty enough to maybe bring down at least some small tree limbs on the weaker side in some of that area, and maybe getting a little bit of some hail in that cell as well, up to about a ½ inch in diameter. So we'll continue to watch that one. Let's head back over to the tornado warning, Mo, and kind of see the latest on what that is looking like. But you can see things definitely on that downward trend as we push deeper and deeper into this Sunday night. But here is why we're on air. It's for this tornado warning that is in northern portions of Breckinridge County. You can see there's that little area, but seeing a little bit of some gustier winds, but not really seeing the classic kind of rotation. It's very broad, more almost straight line winds with this. It has really come down in time, but still getting some gusty winds and probably some pretty heavy rainfall with this as it moves just to the north of Hardinsburg, as it moves to the east here in Breckinridge County. So we'll be watching this, but definitely some pretty intense rainfall with us. We've had numerous flash flood warnings from that heavy rain that moved through southern Indiana earlier this evening. And so these storms do still have plenty of water energy and are bringing that down to the ground and could produce those pretty intense downpours for that time as they move into your area. So it looks like the sample area is now getting some of the heaviest rains, and this will be continuing to push to the south and east. So again, Hardinsburg around 1:43 in the morning if it continues on this track. So again, this is the tornado warning while we're on air for you, but otherwise things beginning to kind of wrap up as we move deeper and deeper into this Sunday night and into early Monday morning. The severe threat is starting to come down, especially for us here across the majority of the metro. The threat seems to be shifting a little bit farther to the south of the metro and to the west, where we still have some of these stronger cells moving into areas that haven't quite seen any rain just yet. So still got enough energy to work with and get some of these storms going, but the trend definitely is on the weaker side. What are you seeing, Mo? We getting any other reports as far as what they're looking at as far as this tornado warning is concerned?
Just a lot of lightning with this one and the heavy rain. Also, just zooming out, the flash flood warnings, we are seeing less and less of them, but there was a lot of rain in these storms, and they're putting down a lot of water here in a short period of time. The tornado warning is still going until 1:30. So if you live in that red box, stay in your safe space. At this point, it does look like it is weakened in the last few scans. We were looking for that signature and really those really light pinks where they're showing up over 50 miles per hour. Let's query them now. This is part of the more intense part of the storm. 44 miles per hour. I mean, it really has come down quite a bit. It is starting to sink a little further south. That does concern me just a little bit, just because it is going to be eventually pushing into air that is more unstable. And just we've seen that trend with just the last couple of tornado warnings and even some of the severe thunderstorm warnings. It was going straight east, and now it's starting to go off into the south and east. But at this point, let it continue to weaken, you know, as it goes through the night. That is, I guess, the good thing is that, you know, it's a good thing and a bad thing happening during the night, the overnight period. It's terrible to have storms at night because you just can't see what's going on. There's not enough spotters out there, and you know your view is obstructed, especially with some of these rain-wrapped storms. But also when it happens at night, we don't have that sunlight, that sunshine that's warming up the atmosphere, and you know, that heat, that is food for these storms. So if we can starve these storms enough, then they'll weaken enough and just eventually fall apart. So that's kind of what we're hoping for here. Off to the north, really, we're just seeing the flash flood warnings. There's still some lingering showers, though, through the metro, but I think we can call it a day for the metro. I think you guys are good as far as any severe weather is concerned. You know, the big thing right now is any areas that have not seen any rain. I want to show you, we do have a tornado watch for many of our counties in the viewing area. Let me pull this up real quick so you can see those areas in that light pink color. So that does include Breckenridge and Meade County, now Hardin County, and Nelson County. Hodgenville, you are not in it, but these should expire by 2 a.m. Just kind of hoping that these start to fizzle out enough where we don't have to worry about any storms moving into those areas, maybe south of you know, Hardin County, you know, Grayson County, Hart, Taylor, Adair. If things can calm down enough, then we don't have to worry about seeing that tornado watch extended any further south. But zooming back in here on our one tornado warning that's in Breckenridge County. Yeah. You know, just outside of that, just north of Dodd, that it looks like it's coming down very heavy. Let me see if we have any hail in there. Just half-inch hail. It's not quite to severe limits right now, but still enough to put a couple of dents in your vehicle. So I would say make sure that that car is in the garage if you have one. Let me see what our winds are right now. Yeah, not too impressive. The scans really are not showing this re-strengthening. Now it's 39 miles per hour. Our last check, we were picking up some queries 44 miles per hour. So this is a good trend that we're seeing. I don't think so. Here we are from the National Weather Service. I don't think we're going to go tornado warning again. So this is good news. It sounds like they're starting to think that this is, you know, everything's weakening, that the atmosphere can't support storms this strong anymore. So that's a good trend. Yeah. Love to see that. But at this point, we still have to stay on until 1:30. That's when this tornado warning is set to expire. And we just want to make sure that, you know, we're keeping you safe and we're not going off early just because, you know, things happen. But big picture, let me put on our reflectivity. We're just watching a couple of strong storms. We've got the tornado warning over Breckenridge, and then over in southern Bullitt County, this guy right here, a couple of lightning strikes. It's coming down pretty heavy. I mean, that rain it's torrential. Let me take a look at some of these rain rates here too. Yowza, that's a lot of water. Now, the good news is these things are moving. They're not stationary. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble putting down 7 inches of rain in under an hour. But these are going to continue to move off to the east into Nelson County, and we're also watching for that storm in Nelson County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that is just now pushing out of far northeastern Nelson County and into Washington County. So this is going to be in place until 1:45. That's in Washington County. We should probably just take a look at the reflectivity. Yeah, you know, not too impressive here on the winds. Let's just query a couple of them, some of those lighter greens, 21, 24 miles per hour. You know, when it was first warned, it had to have had a wind gust, you know, over 58 miles per hour for it to get triggered for that severe thunderstorm warning, but it is weakened quite a bit. So we'll just let that continue to move on out of our viewing area. But wow, that is a lot of rain. Take a look, some of those deeper shades of red. It's coming down in buckets there. So just not something you want to be out in. I certainly hope no one's thinking about driving through any of these storms. But it does look like, or at least from what the National Weather Service is saying, they're at least not thinking another tornado warning will be in the viewing area after they allow this next one to expire at 1:30. That's not to say, though, that we can't have severe thunderstorm warnings or just thunderstorms in general. These are very moisture-rich storms that have been moving through. I mean, we've seen the rain rates. Let's take a look and see what we've actually seen just in the last, we've been on here for about 6 hours. So let's take a look at our rain rates, 6 hours. I'm going to take off some of these warnings real quick just to show you. Look at these bands, just the bands of rain. That's where the storms have tracked. And I'm just going to query right here, just southern Crawford County. I can't imagine. This has got to be over 5. Yeah, 5.2 inches of rain. And that's just incredible. So I'm not surprised to see these flash flood warnings, but I need you to also take them seriously. These flash flood warnings should be expiring in a few hours. Eventually that water does begin to recede, but just take a look.
But look at how it's split around the metro. Like, the metro really did not get a whole lot of rain from this, and we really didn't get a whole lot of winds. The worst of it stayed just north of us across southern Indiana, and the other batch kind of missed us to our south and west. So we kind of lucked out here across much of metro Louisville as far as the worst of the weather is concerned. Still getting some of that light rain falling across the area, some heavier showers down to the south, out towards Jefferson Memorial Forest, Fern Creek, Valley Station PRP area. And then as you get down into Bullitt County, you can see, still seeing some of that. But again, the reason we're on air is for that tornado warning that we got ongoing in Breckenridge County that goes for at least another 5 to 6 minutes until the bottom of the hour. But as Mo was mentioning, it looks like the National Weather Service is not going to issue any new warnings downstream, at least tornado warnings downstream from this. They might add a severe thunderstorm warning downstream from this, but it looks like they're not going to do any more tornado warnings because it does look like this supercell is beginning to weaken and no longer showing the classic signs of rotation. Still producing that heavy rain, but you can see we're not really seeing the reds and greens right next to each other. They're kind of broad in areas, and the winds themselves are coming down, not even seeing winds over 40 miles an hour is the most we're seeing. Still got some thunder and lightning with this, some pretty heavy rain as we look at the coalition coefficient, trying to see if there's any debris getting picked up, and we're really not seeing any defined shot of like where a tornado might be trying to develop. So that is all good news as we move deeper and deeper into this evening. It is now still probably producing a little bit of some hail, maybe in that nickel size up to a quarter, and around that ½ inch in diameter. So that's nothing to, you know, not take seriously. So still producing some very intense rain, maybe some gusty winds at times, and then some of that smaller hail as it continues to work out. So Irvington, you're probably getting some pretty heavy rain at this hour. And again, you can see Meade County is also starting to get some pretty hefty rains with this system as it continues to work off to the south and east. But as Mo was mentioning, they are trying to move to the south and tap into that area of environment that has not had any rain just quite yet. But it does look like most of this is starting to come down in intensity, and hopefully as we go about another 4 minutes in time, this warning will be able to expire and we will be able to send you back to our regular programming. But we'll stay with it just a little bit longer until that officially does disappear, but at least the trend is moving in the right direction. And as Mo was mentioning, we had flash flood warnings fill in this entire area. Some of those have been able to expire, but there is now more showers rolling into that area. So hopefully that doesn't cause any additional flooding. These go until about 2 o'clock. So really only about a ½ hour or so to go on some of these warnings. Actually, some of these could even be starting to drop off as we get towards the bottom of the hour too. So hopefully as we continue to move deeper into the night, the severe threat will continue the trend down. And as this system kind of slowly works its way out of the area. And the other good news is as we look off back to the west, we're not seeing any warnings with those cells either. So hopefully things are all starting to trend in the right direction as we move deeper and deeper into this evening. You can see some of the heavier batches starting to push out towards Lexington, Georgetown, and off to the east of 75. Just some lighter showers across the area, but some good news is definitely starting to trend down as far as the severe threat is concerned. So again, It is this tornado warning that has brought us on air. It was issued just before 1 o'clock as it was out over Hancock County, but as it's moved into Breckenridge County, things have begun to weaken, but Breckenridge County still has that tornado warning at least for another few more minutes to go, but all signs are indicating that once we hit the bottom of the hour, this will be able to expire, and hopefully at that point we'll be able to send you back to regular programming. But you can see not looking as defined as it was. We're starting to see some pink shades of some stronger winds with it. The kind of hook with this was much more defined. Now it's kind of weakening and it's kind of getting wrapped out of it. So good news is all trends are as this is moving in the right direction. Still, again, some pretty intense rain with this, with some gustier winds at times across northern portions of Breckenridge County and pushing into Meade County. So things looking a whole lot better now as we move deeper and deeper into the night, don't you think, Mel?
Yes, oh, absolutely. And yeah, I like to see less and less blinking boxes on the screen. I want to check back in with just the other severe thunderstorm warning that we've been monitoring. Now that's over in far eastern Nelson and taking up northern Washington County. So they should be trimming back the Nelson County shortly, just because I think the threat is now gone there. But still in northern Washington County, that is where we're still seeing a very intense part of the storm. But one thing I am noticing is less and less lightning. So that is some good news. I'm sure you guys want to go to sleep at some point. So less rumbles of thunder, that's a plus, but still very, very heavy rain here. This is going to continue to push out of our viewing area, and that'll be pushing into Mercer here shortly. Taking a look at those winds, they're not too impressive there either. Let's query some of these. Just north of Battle, 17-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah, I do think that that's also starting to fall apart quite a bit. So we should hopefully see that expire on time. And showing you the big picture once again, we are still dealing with that tornado warning way off in our far eastern counties there. So in Breckenridge County, for just a little bit longer, 1 more minute, it looks like they think the Breckenridge storm is back building. So we could have a flash flood threat there, just because when it starts to continue to build, but instead of forward, backwards, and it's basically training at this point. So we're going to end up seeing more and more storms behind it over the same area, and that is when you end up with the flash flooding. It happened last week. Gosh, that was terrible. We were seeing it even this evening, and so that's why we had so many flash flood warnings off to the north. So we're going to watch this carefully, but they do expect this should expire shortly. One more look at our winds. Yeah, it's not looking too great. So hopefully we can see this expire, and then we'll only have to worry about that severe thunderstorm warning, which is
pretty much
honestly
moving
just out of our viewing area, and we'll be able to get you back to programming. But we just want to stay on until everything has cleared, because we want to make sure that you guys stay safe this early Monday morning.
So let's go back to the big picture so we can just kind of see as they disappear and some of the other warnings that disappear too, as we are now getting closer and closer to that 1:30. So this flash flood warning that includes a large portion of Clark County, there you can see it is now gone away, along with our tornado warning has been able to expire. So we're getting more and more of these boxes to disappear and move out of the map. So that is the good news. That shows that weakening trend, and things are definitely moving in the right direction. But with that tornado warning now ending, will kind of get you back to your regular scheduled programming. We'll continue to watch this through the night, Mo and I, and then Matt and Suzanne will be coming in here very shortly at 2 o'clock to take you through the rest of the night and into your Monday morning, as we'll still be looking at some scattered showers, but I think the severe threat is definitely beginning to trend down and down. So with the warnings now all expiring for the most part, we'll go ahead and send it back to regular scheduled programming.
These will obliterate them.
Trump's word.
Hey everyone, I'm WLKY meteorologist Matt Milosevic. Early this Monday morning, want to give you an update on a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. It goes until 3 o'clock. So for the next 28 minutes in portions of southern and eastern Meade County, northern Hardin County, and goes right up towards the Bullitt County line there, from about Fort Knox down to Radcliffe. It's south and east of you in Brandenburg. We also have a scattering of some showers and thunderstorms across the region on what's been a busy late night time frame across the WLKY region. We're also going to be concerned with some flash flooding as well across the area. So overall, have our eyes on a couple of systems out across the area. First and foremost, we're going to be zooming on in down towards that Meade County area and where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. This goes from near Muldraw, but it's missing you in Ekron and Brandenburg, but over towards Vine Grove and Radcliffe. We're going to be on the lookout for that pretty large cell. Now, it is for sure a heavy rainmaker, torrential rainfall in this, but also we're watching the winds inside the storm a little bit as well, and they have at times been on the higher side. So we'll keep close eyes on this. This will have the potential to put down perhaps a 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gust, but I want to go back a couple of frames on the radar scope. This is going to go back a few minutes. See where we see some of those deeper, or those lighter shades rather, of red, almost looks pink there, into eastern and southeastern portions of Meade County. That's where we could have gotten a wind gust there up around 55, 60 miles per hour. That prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. But as that pushed on off towards the east, some of that wind looks to have weakened as it moves closer to 31W there, and it's between Muldraw and Radcliffe right now. So the Gaffey Heights area would most likely be the location of a strong wind gust right on 31W there in the Dixie Highway, right along the Meade and also Hardin County line. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Again, I'll go back a couple of scans in the radar and where you see those lighter shades of pink starting to mix up just north of Flaherty. And we see that a little bit from time to time as it moves towards the Hardin County line. But overall, the worst of that wind gust has weakened. But it is part of a larger thunderstorm system and complex here that's been marching across the area south of the metro. Now, as we look at our viewing area as a whole, you can see a scattering of showers and thunderstorms, but overall, the Louisville area in the immediate Jefferson County region is pretty quiet. I don't think we're done with the rain in the metro yet. Some of those showers and a few rumbles that are along the Ohio River there between Meade, Harrison, and also Crawford County will continue to march on off towards the east and into the Louisville area. So we'll continue to have a heavy rainfall threat across the area. But just wanted to give you the latest update here on that severe thunderstorm warning, which goes until 3 o'clock for southern and eastern Meade County and also into northern portions of Hardin County. Now, this does not include this does not include the Rineyville or E-Town or Cecilia area, but it does include Vine Grove, Radcliffe, and up towards Fort Knox and around Muldraw. So just be on the lookout for really heavy rainfall, winds that could gust near 60 miles per hour with this, but it does look like the worst of those wind gusts have been now fading away with that storm. In terms of flash flood warnings, I'm going to put another flashing box on the screen here, but in green. And that includes a pretty good chunk of Meade County, especially as you head from near Muldraw and Ekron, but it is south of Brandenburg and along the Breckinridge County line, and then north of Hardinsburg through Breckinridge County. We do have a flash flood warning, and that's going to be in effect until 4:45 Eastern time. So for about the next 2 hours across this area, this is where we've had some very heavy rain, even some radar estimates that have been close to 5 inches just since last evening. So that is definitely heavy enough. And you can see farther into south and western Indiana, but that's outside the WLKY region, where we've also had enough heavy rain to prompt some of those flash flood warnings. So we're going to continue to watch for the remainder of the morning, early morning and overnight hours. A couple of stronger cells that are still possible. It's still very warm and muggy in our southern communities. That could continue to fuel some of these showers and thunderstorms. So if that storm there through northern portions of Hardin and eastern Meade County can hold together, we're going to watch out around Shepherdsville down towards, let's say, Lebanon Junction and southern portions of Bullitt County, and perhaps the northern one half of Nelson County over about the next hour. So I'm going to continue to cut in towards the top and bottom of the hours and give you updates, and especially if anything were to turn too severe across the area. But right now, we're going to get you back to your regular scheduled program. We'll keep eyes on the radar for you. And remember, you can always log on to WLKY.com and our free mobile app for the latest updates.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.